T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's on board computers.
Hey, we've got a problem here.
What did you do?
Nothing. I stirred the tanks.
This is Houston. Say again, please.
Houston, we have a problem.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgy. Whew, having some technical difficulties this morning. Trying to go through a lot of my different pages. I did reboot this weekend like I had wanted to, and some things have changed. So I was trying to kind of work through everything. Well, let's take a look at everything here. I've refreshed most of my pages here, and I think we're going to see a little bit of a change, as you probably kind of already saw, since I accidentally left it on that screen starting the show today. It is super messy over here now, especially in the options spot. So somehow or another, Fidelity now has their portion of the page that identifies what the different columns are. It drags but is see-through, which I'm not exactly sure how to fix. I'm going to have to figure that out later. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to fix it right now. I'll try to put it kind of like in between two different spots so you can kind of see what they say. Let's see how that looks. It's alright. You can at least read what the words say. Okay. Well, I guess let's start off the morning by looking at all our technicals. Short exempt volume, 215.6, right above my head here. True Demon's MOASS trigger indicators. That is, I believe, down. I have to pull up some of the other pages here real quick. Yeah, it was 299 on Thursday and then went to 215 on Friday. Utilization is up. It was 90 point something on Thursday and is up to 91.43. Day over day price increase. We had a negative day on Friday, negative 0.81%. Didn't end up green on Friday, which usually means a green day on Tuesday or Monday. The first day after the weekend. So we don't really know what we're going to get as far as today goes. Dark pools that were traded, it was showing 59% on Stonko tracker. Let's see, I believe. Let's see here. Yeah, Stonko tracker basically said that there was 62.5% traded in the dark pools. Our number over here on the side that I'm pulling from showed 59.36, so that's right here next to my head. Heading down to the bottom of the page down there, 19.01% estimated current short share interest of the free float. Moving to the top right hand side of the page, 127.7 million institutional shares are owned with a max paying price for the options of 41. That is down, I believe, from 42 at the end of last week. So it's down $1. So let's take a look at our open interest for the beginning of this week. Okay, so last week the open interest revolved around $50 strike price for calls, and puts was $38. So this week, we'll start with the puts, is at $40, which is an increase of $2 with an open interest of 8.1. On the call side, still at $50 with 12.8. And we'll take a look at our lottery ticket winners. Scrolling down the page just ever so slightly. at $95, we have open interest of 13. I'll see if I can put it on the page for you. Something that looks like that, maybe. $95. So last week it was $95. The total open interest from last week at $50 was 27.3 thousand. Last week, our volume on Friday, the main amount of volume was stemming around 45 to 43, which is interesting because we ended right at 44. So it split the difference between them. Moving down to the bottom of the page, you will see that shares on loan is at 118.48. They borrowed. I wanted to point out that the title for today's show has a little bit to do with that. 13.1 million borrowed shares since August 31st. So, oh, good morning, John. Sorry, I just happened to see your comment there. So 13.1 million shares borrowed since August 31st. That's actually pretty darn impressive. That's a lot of shares borrowed. So, what does it mean? We'll have to take a look at Ortex and try and piece together what it is that's happening, because it is a little confusing, to be honest. Shares on loan at 118. Let's see. That means with our utilization, we can figure out how many shares are left to borrow. That means that there's 11.1 million shares left to borrow. There was 11.3 million on Friday. So just an ever so slight difference. However, utilization went up, which means that they borrowed more shares than, well, actually, it seems to me like the difference might actually be that 0.3%. So it almost makes it look like they didn't borrow anything last Friday. However, because I was keeping track and watching Ortex, we saw that they did indeed borrow 9.79 million shares on Friday. 9.79 million. That's incredible. Of the 13 million shares that they've borrowed since that 31st date, that's a hefty amount of borrowing. Like I can't honestly say that I've seen 9 million shares borrowed in a single day. I know a lot of people seem to think that when you see a lot of borrowed shares that the price is going to go down. And I can't honestly say that I think that's true. Normally when I see it over 3 million shares borrowed in a single day, that usually typically means that they're going to expect a fight or they're covering for failure to delivers. One of the two. And it typically means that the price ends up going up. The max amount of shares on loan that we've ever seen is 155 million shares. Our current total of available shares left to borrow is at 129.5. So we're getting ever so close to that 155 number, which is really, really, really good. However, let's take a look at Ortex. I'll go ahead and pull you guys over to that screen. That's not it. And there we go. All right, so looking at Ortex, what's going on here? So I'm going to go ahead and take these off and leave you with just this data that's showing up here. So this is the on loan amount and the on loan average age per day. Those are the two indicators that I like showing you guys so much. We saw them separate back on, what was it, August 16th. They started to kind of like take a, actually I think when I first started noticing it was probably about the August 20th. They started deviating and pulling apart from each other. And now they're starting to come back towards each other. And typically speaking, I'm going to pull up failure to delivers. Typically speaking, we saw this happen back when we had a big price increase back in June. You know, they separated and then they came back together. And as they came back together, you started to see failure to delivers start creeping way up. So I would imagine, since we can't see what failure to delivers are happening currently, we only get 15 previous or a month ago data. I would imagine what's happening right now is failure to delivers are stacking up pretty decent right now. That'll be seen later, but I would imagine that's probably what's happening, and that would probably be, it lines up with this last price increase that we had on the August 24th, when we went from, let's see, closing price the day before was 36.78 to 44.26. When we had that price increase, that probably helped stack on a lot of failure to delivers, which I think, this is my estimation, is that they're trying to cover for a lot of on loan shares, and they're using borrowed shares they're borrowing currently to cover for those. They're kicking the can down the road. Typically speaking, when we see a decrease in this value right here, this on loan average age per day, what ends up happening is 7 to 15 business days after that, we see a price increase. Now, this didn't dip down as far as I would have thought before going back up again, so it's kind of interesting that it had a little bit of a dip, but it wasn't too big. I expected to see these lines actually kind of cross over. If I zoom in on this more, it might, yeah, see, it redraws it ever so slightly. So it's zooming in on these days. And as I zoom in on it, it changes kind of like the charting a little bit. So if I do zoom in on it, it kind of puts this into perspective. But the problem is I don't want to, that's like falsifying information, right? Like you want to compare apples to apples. So when we put the June data into perspective, then it shows that they haven't indeed crossed each other. In fact, they're starting to pull back away from each other again, which maybe means this period of failure to delivers that's going to be coming up is going to be much bigger than this one that was back here, because we're definitely about the same distance of time that they've been apart from each other. So they haven't even begun to merge back together. So we might see more borrowing happening. It's really difficult for me to. I know a lot of people seem to think that when they start borrowing shares, that's when we see the price go down, and that is the case. But usually it's when it's in smaller amounts, like a 1 million or 2 million borrow day. But we're seeing 9 million in a single day. That's a lot. So what is Stonko? What is? I gotta think of a better Stonko Petrujo tracker. Petruj Farms O tracker. Look at this, showing 0 shares available to borrow with only 1.7 in the ETFs. That's just recent. So as of looks like maybe 5 minutes ago, they've borrowed pretty much all of the shares that were available, and then in the ETFs pulled out about 1 million. So what does that equate to? Almost 2 million borrowed shares so far this morning. Whether or not these pop back up in here, we'll see. I'm going to refresh this one more time because they're still showing 9.3. I don't know why they're showing this data still from last week. Well, we'll go ahead and read it. Last week in the money calls, there was 44.4 thousand calls that were in the money and 118,000 out of the money puts. Going into this week so far, we have 46,000 puts that are out of the money and only 4,000 that are in the money, which means there's not a whole lot of puts starting the week out in the money. So that means everything that was made from the past is already out of the money. The bets from the past. I want you guys to recognize this right here. This next, not this week, but this next week. Look how much is out of the money on the puts already. Open interest for next week. These numbers are staggering, absolutely staggering. So keep that in mind for the 17th, the week ending the 17th. Let's see here. All right. So how's the market doing? 2,779 advancers to 3,848 decliners. The Nasdaq is up 0.21%. The Dow Jones is down 0.21%, and the S&P 500 is down 0.02%. It looks like automobiles and auto parts is kind of struggling right now. Robinhood is up 0.35% in the pre-market. Amazon down 0.18%. Cinemark up 0.06%. Dogecoin down 6%. Let's see what's going on there. 28. Holy smokes. Yikes. There's a sell-off. Okay, now I would say this is a bigger indicator for us dropping in price going forward than anything. I do apologize that I have all the screens up there in the way. Welcome back, Bad Back. Let's get this money. Damn holiday money has me feeling fiending for some stock market activity. Nice. Yeah, so this right here does concern me a little bit. You know, I see Dogecoin as a pump and dump for hedge funds for liquidity, and just kind of trying to look and see what kind of liquidity they could have pulled. It's not a whole lot. This isn't a major dump. It's a very mild dump so far, and it's actually starting to recover right now. But the signal that it's giving off is a recovery that's possibly going to go back down further. We shall see. All right, GameStop is up 0.54% in the pre-market, and we are up 2.27% in the pre-market. We currently have 78,000 shares traded. I have to say, this morning, when I first got up at around 5:30 my time, which is about an hour ago, I was only looking at, I think it was 40,000 shares traded, and I was like, ah, darn, another slow day. However, obviously, I don't start predicting volume typically until about 7:30 a.m. Sorry, 7 a.m. And right now, it looks like volume is picking up nicely because we're already at 80. I would have expected 80 by 7, and we still got another 30 minutes to go, which means we could hit 100. If we hit 100 by 7 a.m., 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume is going to probably add on another 100, which is going to put us at 200,000 shares traded. I like to see 1 million. That's going to be a really active day if you see 1 million by 7 a.m., but 200,000 is not terrible. It puts us in the range of like a 60 to 80 million, maybe 70 to 90, 70 to 90, probably 70 to 90 million shares traded for the day total. And I think, yeah, last Friday we ended the day with 52.1 million shares traded. I had guessed 40 to 60, so I was almost right on the money in the middle. But yeah, I would say as of right now, if we continue on the pace that we're on, we will probably see somewhere between 70 and 90, which is a little bit higher volume than we saw last Friday. Closer to what we saw maybe Wednesday last week. What was Wednesday last week? Let's see what we did. Trying to figure out maybe the price range. So Wednesday last week, ooh, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday. Wednesday was a big down day. Well, I mean, I'm not saying volume's going to be indicative of the same exact movement. We could definitely be up on a 70 to 90 million share trading day, but let's see. We're having some nice movement right now. I guess we'll have to wait till 7 a.m. to really see what's going to happen here. Happens every week with Doge 28, 29 at the beginning of the week, then by Saturday and Sunday up to 30, 32, then by late Monday back down. Yeah, it's classic pump and dump. You know, they let it rise back up, then they dump it all. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of love for Dogecoin. Man, it's the Wild West with the cryptocurrency out there, and I feel like the cryptocurrencies are the banks for the robbing outlaws. They just come in and just rob them. Nobody's there to stop them. I know Greenspan. There was all kinds of news articles this weekend about Greenspan gearing up for a fight against cryptocurrencies, I believe it was. So we'll see what that's gonna all pan out to. I've been trying to tell people for a long time that cryptocurrency, if the United States government feels like they're not getting their fair share of taxation out of it, they'll come after it, and they'll come after it hard. And you wait and see. I mean, it's happened before with other types of crypto type currency where the government didn't like what was going on, and so they claimed, well, we're going to protect the consumers, and they went in and they just seized everything. They just seized it all. They shut everything down, and you know, I hear everybody who's huge crypto fans say like, well, they could never get to it. Um, but the particular cryptocurrency that I'm thinking of that was seized in the past was overseas, and they did get to it. So uh, the government has ways. Yeah, I know, man. I hear you. I've heard it before. Everybody says there's no way they can come after cryptocurrency, but I've seen it happen. I I don't have a whole lot of faith in, based off of what I've seen in the past, that they can be stopped by crypto. You know, I don't know. I feel like there's just ways for them to get to it. Maybe I'm wrong, but you know, it scares me. I've had money in similar type cryptocurrencies in the past where they weren't technically cryptocurrencies, but they were alternative currencies that were held overseas, and the government, you know, found a way to seize it and lock it up. So I would have a feeling that, you know, if they tell American businesses like if they just outlaw it altogether, then businesses will no longer be able to accept cryptocurrency. So then you're basically looking at black market stuff. That's where you would basically be stuck with being able to use your money is strictly on the black market, you know, and you know, which there might be some kind of use for having that, but it's not going to be as popular if you can't trade your Bitcoin with Tesla or whoever accepts it. If they're no longer allowed to accept it anymore, it severely cripples the ability to be able to use it. So let's see here. We're getting a really nice push right now. I was noticing earlier this morning that on the sell side, or the ask side of the order book, there was a lot of huge orders in there for sells. They try to shut down crypto down. They will have a bunch of nerds focusing all their brain power against the government. They think that they think China has some nasty hackers. Laugh out loud. Could you imagine the people using crypto? Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of upset people if for sure if they crack down on cryptocurrencies. I mean, a lot of people thought that Gary Gensler was actually kind of picked due to the fact that he has such a, I guess apparently he has a pretty big background on cryptocurrency, like a big study. Um, I guess some of his past dealt with cryptocurrencies. So he's really knowledgeable on cryptocurrencies. So I'm not sure if the reason he was picked was to help it, push it along to create like an American standardized cryptocurrency, or if he was, which actually that could be the case. All right, like first what you do is you shut down the cryptocurrencies who you can't tax or control, and then you create your own, similar to what you said, what China is doing. You create your own government cryptocurrency, and then um, only allow people to use that. It'll be a lot harder for them to shut down cryptocurrencies in the U.S. than it would be in China. Like in China, for China it's easy. It's like whatever they say is law. Over here, there's freedom. So Leslie, last week the inflow versus outflow ended at 469 to 495. 469 to 495. So there was basically a 30. Let's see, 30 minus what is it? 4. Yeah, 26-point spread between inflow and outflow. And let's see what we got for news here. Four days ago, an article came out by NASDAQ saying AMC is worth a good deal more at $58. Present losses are not. That was probably a pretty good article. 2 days ago, AMC and GameStop may soon feature in a meme stock ETF, also by NASDAQ, written by NASDAQ. So we broke the $45 threshold. We're just barely over 45 right now. This is my little head and shoulder diagram that I had drawn out at the end of the day, showing that we were probably going to have upwards movement, and in fact we did. I'll delete that guy. Didn't even realize I'd forgotten to. Oops. It was an inverted head and shoulders pattern that we had. So on a 1 hour scale, we kind of fell outside that wedge that I had drawn out, this multi-day wedge. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We fell out on the 9th day of that wedge, but now we're climbing back into this wedge. So I would have to redraw this, which extends the period of time, and I'd have to move back the block where we would break out at. So it's not a bad thing. I'm just having to redraw. Our bottom touch point there was, at first it had been back here, and it was supported by three touch points or so. But then we managed to break out of it, extending the period of time. There's still definitely a multi-day. Let's see, 9 days we broke out. We're going into the 10th day, 11, 12. So we're looking at a breakout on, let's see, so this is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, on Friday, or Monday the following week. In which case it could be right at Friday. You know, we could have an up day on Friday, have a green day, and moving into the next week where we really start to skyrocket due to all those nasty options that I was showing you guys. On a 1 hour RSI, it's a little high at 62.91. Also high on a 30-minute at 68.23. And on a 5-minute RSI is over at 71.49, meaning that it is overbought and likely to see a correction in price here. That's on a 5 minutes interval though. The GME earnings. So in the past, when we've seen earning reports on GME or AMC, it's always led to down days. Believe it or not. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can pull those. I know there's a way to do it on here, and I'm not positive how to do it. Let's see, daily. Here we go. You can see the earning reports down here typically lead to down days for GameStop. So on this one, it looks like they had an earnings report. We had like 2 down days, and then it started going back up. So at least for GME, it's never been like completely every single time. It's led to like down days on earning report days. And there's another earning report with 3 down days. So yeah, earning reports has not led to very good movement. I don't know if AMC has that. Yeah, okay, it does have a feature on here. Okay, so on AMC, whenever we have an earnings report, let's see, this one went up, and this one went, I don't know. Let's do a comparison, right? Let's do side by side. We'll pull this up over, we'll get rid of all this stuff here. We'll make it a multi-chart. Okay, so let's see. Last time GME had an earnings report, it was down very slightly the same day, but the next day definitely down. 6/9 was the date. We'll zoom in on AMC and see what happened on 6/9. Yeah, we had 2 or 3 down days. So we had a down day on 6/9 and then 2 days following. So very similar trading on the same day on the earnings report day. And I have a feeling I haven't seen what you've written yet. Let's see on their next earnings report. I know what you're going to say. I'll get to it. Give me a second here. I haven't even read it yet, but I think I know what you're going to say. Let's see. 323 was the other day. 322, 323. So we had again another 2 or 3 down days on the earning report day for AMC. So I think I know what you're going to say. I haven't seen what you've written yet. But I would probably agree that the earnings report is going to be a lot better looking for GME now than it was in the past. So that could change the results in the price or reflection of the price. We'll see. I think if they have, I know they have some information that's out there that's been leaked about in regards to Pokemon, a Pokemon game that's going to be strictly GameStop. It's going to have strictly GameStop gear that is issued for the game, and GameStop is going to have exclusive rights to release the game. So that's going to be extremely. I mean, if they announce that in this earnings report, that's actually going to help out quite a lot. I mean, I could see the stock really taking a huge increase in price based off of the information, if that's true. So, I'm hoping that's what it is, right? I think they'll see a lot of positive movement if they're able to release that information about that possible game that's coming out. As far as I know, the product was or the hardware or the equipment that's going to be used for that game has already been, I think, shipping to stores, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, I wanted to mention that estimated short share interest is at 19.01, but what I want you guys to remember was that it was like 19.5 something, I think, on the closing of Friday last week, which was really kind of cool to see it that high. In fact, maybe only one other time has it ever been that high before, and that would have been in like late April. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting here. We got about 15 more minutes before we have that. Actually, probably less than that. 13 more minutes before we have that 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. I'm seeing stuff about protests, and I actually wasn't aware of this. Have you guys heard anything about protests? I have not heard about any protests whatsoever. I had mentioned one time on Reddit that it would be interesting to see what happened if we did like a very peaceful protest where we all went to our individual um, state capitals and like just bought up like a crap load of bananas and just started passing out bananas to people around the state capitals. Nothing more than just passing out bananas, and it got very bad feedback. So I immediately just deleted it and I was like, okay, fine, nobody wants to do that. So I was like, never mind, just kidding. It was kind of back when they, I guess a lot of the really big hot uh, YouTubers had mentioned about that whole Vegas meetup thing, and I was like, what would be more cool is if we all kind of like went to our individual state capitals and just started passing out bananas. Yeah, something very peaceful and benign. it's really kind of funny. There's like this anti-meetup, like I guess feeling that I get from the move from Apes in general, I guess. At least until after it squeezes. Which I'm actually in support of that idea. Like I think partying or getting together to celebrate before the fat lady sings, so to speak, is never a good thing. Yeah, I think Badback, I think you're right. I think that the earnings report's tomorrow. It's showing up on Webull as being it's showing earnings report right. I think it's showing it right now. Let's see. I think you're right though. I think it is tomorrow. Let's see what news we got here. And they're pushing. So this media is pushing Clover again, and Alibaba. I don't know what the heck is going on. Clover Health emerged as the most discussed stock on the forum. What forum is this? Wall Street Bets. With 257 mentions as of Monday night, followed by exchange traded fund SPDR. Video game retailer GameStop and movie theater chain AMC Entertainment are in the third and fourth positions, having attracted 82 and 44 mentions respectively. They're counting how many times certain stocks are being mentioned. Getting ever so close to our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. Let's go. Let's push. Volume's kind of slowing down just a little bit. Hope you guys had a great 3-day weekend. So I had 3 things that I was going to try to accomplish before the end of this weekend, and they were one was to watch The Big Short, which I did. Great movie, by the way. I do want to point out I'd have to go back and rewatch the movie again to make sure I understood exactly what was happening. But those guys all had short positions on the housing market, and at some point they realized that the people who were I guess supposed to rate the AAA the banks. I guess it was the banks. The banks who were supposed to rate the AAA funds were rating them incorrectly, and they were doing it so they could get business. And so they started to short those as well because they felt like it was trash, and they thought we can short those and make some money as well. Then what it turned out is that later on in the movie we find out that by shorting those, they were shorting some of their own positions that they had shorted originally in the housing market. And so it was kind of like it was like going long on AMC and then buying puts on AMC, right? It was not helping them. So I think they ended up taking some losses, or they had to. I think they took losses on some of those and had to sell. But what I wanted to kind of point out is there's kind of been a little bit of movement. So there is, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit later. So I'm going to go ahead and bookmark this moment right now. There's kind of a movement right now for people to want to try and buy some of these zombie stocks that are out there. So there's been talk about some zombie stocks like I think it was like Blockbuster, and I'm trying to remember the names of some of the others. Maybe it was like Toys R Us, or I don't remember what they are. But there's these zombie uh, share or zombie fun. What am I trying? Zombie stocks that are basically being traded in order to hide away some of the losses. And so people are talking about trying Radio Shack and Sears. Thank you, appreciate it. So they're trying to, some of the apes are thinking about trying to short those positions. I think shorting was what they're going to buy. They're going to buy the positions or something like that. I can't remember. It's either buy or short. I can't recall. But it really eerily made me think about what they were doing in the movie, and it made me go like, oh, they found something. They're like, hey, we need to start shorting this, and it made me think like, oh crap, if apes start doing that, what they might find themselves in a position is that they're instant. Oh, I don't have the time. Sorry. What they might find themselves doing is actually helping the against long positions for AMC. It may seem like they're doing the right thing, but it's actually helping against they're betting against themselves essentially. So I would be super careful. If you're thinking about doing something like that, be super careful about what it is that you're doing. Make sure you understand where the money trails go to and how that may impact. Um, they may look like, and this also goes to some of the other meme stocks that are kind of forming up right now, like BBIG. I think what are they? They're ANY, BBIG, SPRT, LCID, Clover possibly as well. All of those. So be really super careful, because by going and trying to make a quick buck on those may actually be harmful to either the AMC position, or harmful to or helping out hedge funds in making money on their side, because they may be trying to also make money on some of those positions as well. It may not be the same players. Like there's tons and tons of hedge funds out there, so they may actually have long positions in some of these areas where they see that um, uh, where they see that there's a short squeeze potential as well. So it may not necessarily be the same players that are in there, and so by going and helping those out, then you may be actually helping out the wrong guys. So trying to make a quick buck. So think about that. I mean, just kind of like try to figure out like who the players are and all this, because I mean the one thing that I learned from The Big Short is that because they didn't know who the players were or who backed certain investments, it ended up kicking them in the butt in the end. So be careful. Be extremely careful and cautious about how you invest your money, because it could impact the AMC play. I'm not saying that it will. I'm just saying it was eerily similar to what I was seeing in the movie, and I was sitting there thinking like, we're all trying to chase the money right now. We're trying to chase and figure out where it's going and everything, and people are devising these ways to try and buy where the money's going, to try and screw the hedge funds more. But in actuality, what they may be doing is hurting the long position on AMC as well. Just be careful. That's it. Not telling you what to do. Just be careful. And I'm glad I watched that movie. Okay, here's our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. We were at 95K prior to the pokey stick of volume coming in here. Let's see what we move up to. About 100. Looks like it's about 100. 101. Almost puts us at 200,000 by 7 a.m. Yeah, I'm going to go with 70 to 90 on volume today. I'm pretty sure that's, I mean, it's doing pretty much exactly what I thought, so I'm just going to go ahead and go with it. It might be a slightly high estimate. You know, we could wind up being like 68, but I'm going to go ahead and go with 70. The hard part is knowing how much the volume's going to slow down throughout the day. Now, there's been days where I've been off by like half, right? I'll guess like 150 to 180 million shares traded for the day, and we end up doing 70. So just because you watch the pre-market hour volume doesn't necessarily mean that it's always going to be accurate. I mean, there's some days where volume is doing really high, heavy level trading in the pre-market, and then it just completely dies at like 10 a.m. So it'll be interesting to see if we do have some, you know, obviously you can't predict FOMO. So if price does start to shoot up to say like $48, if it starts to move up in that $48 is where I expect a lot of FOMO to kind of kick in, and a lot of people rushing to try and get in on the train, which is going to increase volume exponentially, and I could be off by, you know, 100 million in volume for the day. So it all just kind of it depends. But you know, on a normal trading day, if everything goes the way that it normally does, you know, I think we'll be looking at 70 to 90 million shares traded for the day. Not bad though. 200,000 shares traded by 7 a.m. is not bad. I'm okay with that. It looks pretty decent. Bad back. You're gonna you're looking like you're gonna be my go-to guy for information when I can't remember things. You got your spot on. You got it all down. I can't remember everything, man. I'm so like it's so difficult for me to remember names. Names are so hard for me. I I have to play these like whenever I meet somebody in person, I have to play these like mind games to try like I'll say their name. Like I might meet them, they'll be like, "Hi, I'm Rick," and I'll be like, in my head, I'll be like, "Rick, Rick, 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 Rick." You know, I might say their name like 3 or 4 times in the first couple sentences talking to them, just because it helps me to remember the name. Or I might even like assign them something like Pickle Rick or something like that, or something funny that I can remember in my head, so I remember how to remember the name. It's pretty bad. Um, there wasn't. I guess was it Astro? I don't remember who it was, but there was somebody that was out there who had who had posted information about trading signals and the certain values that would mean certain things. I'm looking for the post now. I think I wonder if it would be under. I kind of wanted to start tracking it and seeing if I see like the same trends as what they're saying, and to see how much validity there is to it. Since I do have the order book up here. Oh, I forgot to show you guys. So check this out. Haha, there's my new page. Right? Look at that. Oh, hold on a second. Yep. So I know that the middle page is still probably pretty tough to read the patterns. So if you guys see a pattern that's in there that you recognize it's happening according to what we're seeing trading wise. Of course, these patterns probably hold up. These candlesticks probably hold up a lot better on like a 1 hour scale, 1 hour interval. For example, maybe like this right here. Let's see if that shows up there. Yeah, if you look under the triple candle patterns, um, this pattern right here almost looks like it's a 3-line strike, which is the fourth pattern from the left under triple candle patterns. Not quite. I mean, it's close. But anyways, I just wanted to, show you guys. I've got that page set up now to where we can check out order 2, level 2 book as well. And I totally forgot I had done that this weekend. His fraction theory. Okay, I'm gonna have to check. I'm gonna have to check him out. Fraction. Oops. I gotta look it up and find it because I wanna see if I'm noticing the same thing. I wanna see how much it holds up. Fraction theory. I just want to have it like pulled up in the background somewhere so that I can see if it's indeed. Because I read it and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. I wonder if it's true. I'm gonna have to look up the Astro guy. Oh, here it is. I found it. To me, it sounds like a bunch of guys who failed general math in school but now are supposed to be able to crack this complex trading algorithm. But who knows? I could be someone. I mean, it's. I mean, we're all eating crayons here, right? That's funny you should say that. I think that's hilarious. Okay, so I'll put it up on the page just for a second, just because I thought it was interesting. I wanted to kind of see if I, here it is. This is what I was talking about. I don't even know if this is the original or not. This is posted by Boozy 1999. 100 list of market makers signals. Now, if I had to guess, this has to do with probably shares, signal shares that pop up maybe. I'm not sure what numbers these. That was the one thing that I was confused about. What these represent, what numbers, where you would see these numbers at. Hmm. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of people on here who are pretty much dogging this. HFTs are basically algorithms that is watching the stock in milliseconds. Hedge fund A has an HFT and hedge fund B has an HFT. Oh, so maybe. Okay, I get it. So it does. So it looks like it is in shares. So essentially, what this is saying is if I'm wondering if this is buy or ask side related. So like if we take a look at what's going on here in the level twos, and we look for like these, you know, you got 100 and 200 over here. I don't see any like 100 or two. There's some 100s down here. But we're looking for like 777. 100s are supposed to be I need shares. 200s are I need shares badly, but do not take the stock down. I would imagine these have to do with buy side possibly. Do you know? Do you know? Oh, okay. Thanks, Duncan. 45 to 48 sounds good, man. I'm gonna have you down as going first today, so I wasn't gonna get it from you guys until a little bit later, but it's good to see you back on, and thanks for the price prediction for the day. Duncan is in at 45 to 48. Just Duncan, just so you're aware, in the future, I wasn't going to have you guys start reporting price predictions until like 8 a.m. from now on, which is like an hour from now. The only reason being is that it gives everybody a little bit of a chance to sleep a little bit more over here. Of course, I know that's not necessarily that's not a bother for you. So if you just want to go like early in the morning, anyways, just because it's more convenient for you, I guess you're more than welcome. I haven't even really started to look at price prediction for the day today. Oh, and bad back, since you're kind of new to the channel, so you know, in the past we normally do price predictions on the day. It's just to kind of keep us sharp and trying to you know, see if we can kind of. It's more or less just for fun. It's not like any kind of like this is definitely what the price is going to be kind of thing. We just try to see if we can nail the price within a $3 range. And we do this every morning. Last week I didn't do it. I was kind of giving everybody a break, a little bit of a break off, and we didn't do it the week before while I was on vacation. So we haven't been doing it for about 2 weeks now. Let's see here. I mean, I felt like last Friday that if we closed above 44, that this would be a pretty decent week this week. Exactly. Don't empty your bank account on the price prediction. It's funny. I will say I'll put it up on the screen for you to see real quick. So this is my little note page that I keep here throughout the day. It has a lot of various information that I kind of track. Let's see, make sure I don't have any. Okay, yeah. So you can see that. You know, you can see like based. Let's see, myself and John were the originals, and we've, you know, like over like a 2 month period of time, you know, we don't have a very good average. We've only gotten it right like 9 and 11 times. I'm actually the worst. I'm the worst at it. Duncan only has 4, but it's not because he's the worst. It's just he started a lot later than the rest of us. Eric came in about two weeks after myself, and then the missed times that we've missed it all together, like nobody's hit it at all, was like 10 times. So it's like we're real hit and miss. But Eric's got the best average, I would say. Also, whenever John can't make it, Adam's been filling in for him, and Adam has actually got an incredible record. He's only missed like 1 out of 4 times that he's predicted it, which is not bad. 75% rate's pretty good. But Duncan's coming in at 45 to 48. This is not my price prediction for the day. That was old. So let's see. I would have to lean towards. I mean, if I'm gonna make I'm not gonna actually make a price prediction until 8 because I'm gonna need some more time, I think, to see what kind of happens with the price between now and then. With volume the way that it's looking right now at 70 to 90 million shares by the end of the day. And on the volume predictions, I'm pretty doggone accurate on those. So I would say that probably like 80 to 85% of the time it's within my range. And typically speaking, when I'm off, I'm only off by like maybe a couple million. But there are times where I'm off by like half, like double. It could be double what I put down or half the amount that I put down. So those are typically days that there's just no way we could have possibly known what was going to happen happened, and there's just it's just there's no rhyme or reason for why it just takes off. And then of course once it does take off and FOMO kicks in, then there's no controlling the amount of volume that happens. Volume is moving really decently right now, though. If I get rid of that 7 a.m., it's not moving bad. It's actually doing pretty decent right now. I would say I would lean towards an up day for today, just based off of, let me just look at the 30-minute chart real quick. That's good because that doesn't work. I mean, the lowest I can see it maybe closing today is 43.17. I don't think that we're going to see much higher than maybe 46. So that would probably be my range. 43. I think we're going to probably have a flat day today. 43 to 46. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, if I had to guess, we're probably going to see like 46 today. Okay, so I would bump it up to 44 to 47 is probably my price prediction. Which is really close to what Duncan's got in there. He's got 45 to 48. But again, I'll probably make a change to this around 8 a.m. I normally do technicals on the hour every hour. And in case you guys are here for that, I'm actually probably, I kind of decided that I think it's kind of pointless to redo technicals when I do them when I start the show at 6. Because at 7, not a whole lot has changed. Options they haven't really changed at all. Dark pools hasn't been updated. So there's not really a whole lot that I can cover. That's going to be pertinent information that's, like new. I will update or text though. We are showing 1.8 thousand shares returned so far. That's on Ortex. And if we look at Stonko Tracker, they had borrowed all those shares earlier this morning. And if you look now, like it's all returned. Like we were basically right here at 6:48 a.m. and it almost looks identical right now. I think I'm gonna snip this real quick. Oops. Excuse me for just a moment while I snip this. I kind of want to just take a look at this. I mean, there's so many people who have said pretty much already that this list of market maker signals is trash, but I just want to take a look at it and see what I see, just to see. I do like different theories out there, and I do like putting them to the test. And one of the things that I do want to try to figure out is one of the things that really kind of bothers me a lot lately is why Stonko Tracker reports dark pool percentage traded for the day so much drastically different than what's reported on this other website that I use. The other website that I use is chartexchange.com. And like as an example, last Friday it showed 59.36% in the dark pools traded, and what Stonko Tracker reported was 62.5. So it's usually like that short exchange page that I use. Sorry, Chart Exchange is typically 4 to 5% less than what Stonko Tracker reports. So I'm kind of curious as to like what other exchanges they're using to, because I mean there's obviously some kind of difference there, and I'd like to try and figure out or get down to the bottom as to why they're different. Excuse the noise in the background. Everybody's getting ready for school here. Yeah, I think I'm going to stick to my 40-minute break that I normally take at 7:20 a.m. to 8 a.m. Just because I don't know that reporting on the hour at 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. for technicals is going to help any, since options, like I said, options aren't there. No dark pool information, so nothing really massively has changed during those periods of time. So I think I'm going to stick to that 7:20 to 8 a.m. and come back at 8 a.m. Normally I come back at like 8:15. I'm going to stick to that schedule, 7:30 to 8:15. Oh, they're coming out with a new movie for Matrix Resurrections. Interesting. I was actually a little disappointed with the last John Wick movie. I love Halle Berry and I love Keanu Reeves, but they both look like they're getting to the stages of their lives where they maybe shouldn't be doing action movies. It reminded me, no offense, because they're both studs, both of them, studette and stud. But it reminded me of the time when I watched Steven Tyler on American Idol. This is many, many, many years ago, but at the very end of the year, he did a performance on stage and he tried to kick up in the air, like do one of his typical rock star kicks, and it was just so geriatric looking, and it was just like, oh, Steven Tyler, you're done, man, you're done. But I did feel like I felt like the movements were a little bit slower, like everything just kind of looked a little less fluid, I guess. I think they're slowing down. They're slowing down like the rest of us. Hopefully the Matrix is good. Most of it's slow motion fighting stuff anyways. Kind of curious where they're going to take it. Oh my gosh, I have the worst Matrix story ever. This is if you guys haven't seen the Matrix, this is going to be a spoiler alert right here, so do not continue to watch if this is going to ruin it for you. Okay, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Spoiler alert, The Matrix. So the last movie was coming up. It still wasn't released yet, and I was in training program with this guy, and for a new job, and we're talking about The Matrix, and I was telling everybody how I was this huge fan of The Matrix, and he's like, "Oh yeah, did you hear Neo dies in the last movie?" And I was like, I wanted to strangle the guy so bad. He just straight up, I was like, I hope you're kidding, because if you just told me the ending of the third movie, I'm gonna kill you. Like I'm sitting here in a new hire training class telling a guy I'm gonna kill him. That one ticked me off pretty good. So if you know the ending for this next movie, don't say it, please. I honestly don't know how he found out too. It was pretty early on. I mean, it was well before the movie was released. I don't know if it's because it was I don't know. Was it a book series first? Maybe that's how he knew. The volume is picking up very nicely. I might actually have to change my number a little bit because the volume is actually picking up quite nicely. I would expect to see some more borrowing happening really soon here. Yep, 115.8. That is up from 1.8 thousand. Do I record it? Yeah, I'll record it. Let's look at the rest of the market, see how it's doing real quick here. We'll let that update for a second. Usually takes it a minute or two. I think the Astro guy predicted something this weekend too. Something about the cycle And we've been talking about it actually for a while now. When I had interviewed AP or Park Air, Reddit user Park Air, we had talked about an increase in price based off of a cycle that we're a continuation cycle that we're seeing. And it should have started the beginning of this month, kind of on the 2nd. So, and I guess, I mean, other than that big down day on Wednesday, we have seen an increase in price. Okay, it doesn't look like it's updating. So 2,779 advancers to 3,848. The market's, this doesn't appear to be changing. I'm pretty sure that's where it was at earlier. Robinhood is down to 43.35. Their initial stock open price was $48. Amazon is at down 0.07% in the stock market. $3,478. That's about almost $25 less than when I first started monitoring it at 3,500. Cinemark up 0.65%. Doge down 7.29, 7.3%. GME 0.53% up. And we are 2.2, almost 2.3% up. Yeah, but I think it was that Astro guy who basically said that. It's that guy Astro. Basically said that he's gonna donate $1,000 to Matt Core's favorite charity if he's wrong about the price increasing. I think all you have to do is look at options. I mean, if you just look at options for not this week but next week, there's a pretty good signal of what's to come. It really doesn't take much more than that. Volume is going to probably stay low until closer to the end of this week, and then we'll see a big kick up in volume leading into next week. I would imagine that this formation right here. Let's see. This is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So this is Friday right here. I have a feeling that we'll be testing that 48.60 somewhere in this range, and then possibly breaking out on Monday of next week. It could be even Friday this week. Max pain is set for $41. I'll take you guys over to that page just real quick. Aw, come on. My NASDAQ page is suffering again. There we go. Nope, still not right. There we go. Institutional ownership is up on the page there now. So you guys can see where we're at. And you're gonna have to forgive my options. Fidelity, who I track it through, has done something new where the locking portion at the top that defines the columns is now showing up as see-through. So I have to line it up perfectly so you guys can read what it says at the top up there. So if you guys want any of that information, of course the dark pool percentages are from last week. Those don't start reporting until market open. Looks like we're having a real hard time breaking through 45. Like driving up past it. Like 45.13 is kind of like this. I'll show it to you. We got a level of resistance in here at 45.13. We're just having a hard time breaking through. We got, I'm just going to call this 1, 2, 3, almost the 4th time that we tested it. Market open is going to be real close to that bottom edge of that wedge, so it'll be interesting to see if they try to push us down below it right off the market. Oh, okay, it's a little bit different looking on it. I think I created this on a, was it 30? I think I created it on the 30-minute interval, which means it's actually a lot lower. So 42, we'd have to drive down below 42 to get below that. So we'll probably stay within this pattern. I swear I wonder if it's because I rebooted. That's probably readable. There we go. It's much nicer looking. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and take a break until we're going to call it 8:15, 15 minutes before market open. And I will see you guys in just a little bit. Let's see here. I would give you an idea for where we're tracking here. I mean, the best thing that I could probably draw out is something that looks a little along the lines of this. Using this 45.13 as like a wedge here. You know, it does look like we might kind of maybe consolidate into this and then breaking out somewhere, hopefully before market opens. Because you know, once market opens, they're going to try and drive the price back down. That's likely where we're headed right now. Let's see if it holds. I'll wait to see if it holds before I leave. If it holds, it'll have to drive up in price here. I mean, at 45.02, which is what the price is at, we have a 3,618 buy wall. At 45.03, there's a 3,027 sell wall. So we're likely just going to stall out here for a while. Yeah, I'm just looking at the price. We're going to stall out. I'm looking at the prices over here. All right, guys, I will see you in just a little bit. I'm not even going to draw this line anymore. I'm going to get rid of it because, I mean, the way it's looking right now, this is going to stall out and just kind of do like sidewards trading until probably open. At 45 bucks, it's just going to hold. All right, guys, I'll see you back here at 8:15. Okay, I'm back. Let me refresh some of my screens real quick here and we'll get the day started. Man, that was a nice little push we got up there to 46 bucks almost. I did not see that coming. All right, looks like $45.39 is our level of support. The actual level of support looks like it's around 45.35. All right, let's look at our stats. Interesting. Alrighty, here we go. Obviously, dark pools has not changed. The stock market has not opened yet. We are down 68,000.83 shares borrowed for the day. It had increased. It was like ever so slightly down, like 8,000 or something like that. It had increased before I want to break to 115,000 shares borrowed, but is now negative 68.83 thousand shares borrowed or returned. Estimated current short share interest of the free float is at 19%. The closer that gets to 20, the better we're looking. 20 is like considered extremely, extremely volatile. Our open interest right now stems around a call price of $50 with 12.8 thousand options in the money. Or sorry, not in the money, because they're not in the money yet. We got to get to 50 first. Soon to be in the money. Yeah, the highest levels of volume or open interest is at $50 strike price with 12.8 thousand. On the put side is at a $40 strike price with 8.1 thousand. And our lottery ticket winners or wannabe winners are at $95 strike price with 13,000 of those there. Institutional ownership still at 127.7 million. Insiders still at 48.6 million. For those of you who are just joining the show or tuning into this point in time, there is 118 million shares on loan currently. That is a nice big increase. If you'll notice, the show's name for today, or the title for today, is 13.1 million borrowed shares since August 31st. That's a pretty decent amount of shares that have been borrowed. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. Moving over to the main page, we got AMC, number 2 in most trending stocks. I don't even know what IRNT is, but they're number 1 right now with a very slightly higher buy than sell ratio. We're currently at 54% to 46% buy over sells. GME is running 6th in trending with 57% buys over 43% sells. It looks like in general most of the top 10 are not, in fact 9 and 10 are actually higher selling than they are buying, which is Microsoft and Amazon. So low volume, possibly a low volume day across the board. I would suspect just based on what I'm seeing right here. Petridge Farms Stonko tracker because it remembers. Shares available to borrow 350,000. So we were at 550 earlier this morning, went down to 0, and now we're back at 350. Also, as well, there was 2.8 million shares in the ETFs and went down to 1.7. Now it's up to 3.2. Let's see. Currently, we have 30.5 thousand calls in the money versus 60,000. So a 2-to-1 ratio on the puts that are out of money, which is 60.5. There's not a whole lot of there's not a whole lot of in the money puts. There's only 5,628. Next week, though, guys, just look at these numbers right now. Pretty amazing. I would suspect if we continue to see the price go up, some of these guys are probably going to collect some of their money if they think that the price may not continue to hold, or they might just sit there on it and figuring next week's going to be a blow up week. So blow up meaning up, up, not down. Taking a look at the markets. I know this is not updating. This is such a shame. What do I have to hit around here to... Let's refresh this. There's no way this is right. All right, I'm just going to read it. 2,779 advancers to 3,848 decliners. Looks like the Dow Jones is currently up 0.21%. Dow Jones is down negative 0.21%. Nasdaq is up 0.21%, and the S&P 500 is down 0.02%. I know these numbers aren't accurate. They're not updating. I do have a price prediction in for Eric this morning. I think we're all going to come in low, and so I'm going to probably change mine. I'm going to allow people to make changes up until 8:30. If and it looks like I'm going to have to contact Adam. I honestly didn't keep up with any of my crew this weekend, and I should have. It is important for me to talk to those guys. So let's go back to the stocks and check those out. Pre-market, Robinhood is up 0.14%. Amazon is down 0.13%. Cinemark up 0.88%. Dogecoin down 5.5%. GameStop up 0.39%, and we are up 3% in the pre-market. Heading into market open. Eric has a price prediction at this point. I'm letting everybody change it up until 8:30. So if Duncan, if you're watching and you want to make a price prediction change, feel free to do so. Eric is in for 44.50 to 47.50. We're all really close on our price predictions right now, although I'm considering upping mine to likely 46 to 49. That jump that we had to 46 a little bit earlier ago kind of makes me think that my 47 might be too low. If we explode above 48.50 today, I mean, it'd be kind of crazy. I don't expect that to happen. I'm seeing a lot of pressure on the selling side right now as far as orders go. I should just stick to my gut, 44 to 47. I'm going to stick with my gut. Volume I had considered moving up a little bit, but I think I'm going to keep it at 70 to 90. there's a good chance that we might hit just slightly higher based off of what's happening currently. It all depends on what happens on opening for the market. If we see a big push right off the beginning, which we normally do see, to go down in price, depending on how far they push the price down, if they get it down to 42 or so, then volume will probably die off for the day, and that we'll probably see a little bit lower than 70 million shares traded. If the buying pressure kicks in, and this thing drives all the way up to 46, we could see a lot of volume today. So I think I'm playing it safe with the 70 to 90. I'm just predicting based off of pre-market volume, and I'm going to stick with it. If I don't get a price prediction from John or Adam, I'll let anyone in here who's watching make a prediction to fill in for them. We're about 2 minutes away from market open countdown. And I'm going to do, while the show's starting up, I'm going to probably put people's price predictions in on the page, so it's going to be moving around a little bit, guys, so bear with me. Depending on what it looks like, I might just watch the price, but we'll see what happens. Got about a minute left here before we start the countdown. Driving the price all the way back to 45 to start the day. Look at this order book, just empty on the buy side. All right, I'm going to start the countdown here in about 10 seconds, guys. I'll see you on the flip side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie. That was a nice little launch we had there this morning. Went and touched 46, so we we did a pre-launch this morning up to 46, then retracted back down to market open, and then boosted right back on up into that $46 range, and we kind of fell back down again. So a little bit of testing going on here at $46. I'm going to go ahead and move everybody's price predictions. Adam did come in with a price prediction for the day today. And I'll show you guys what we got going on here. We got Looks like I'm at 44 to 47. Eric's at 44 to 44 and a half to 47.5. John at 48. Sorry, it's Adam today, filling in for John. 48 to 51, and Duncan in at 45 to 48. I have a feeling we're going to all end up being maybe a little low, except for possibly Adam. Adam actually has a really good success rate on price predictions. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening here. I might have to be taking some notes from Adam here soon. All right, so I moved a bunch of our stuff way down since we weren't doing any kind of price predicting. Last week or the week before. So I got to move it all way back up. Kind of wanted it to be out of the way. I didn't want it kind of mucking up the water, so to speak. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, I know I'm at 44 to 47. Then we got Duncan in at 45 to 48. I forgot what color Duncan is. Red, just like he likes his enemy. I forgot. I just remembered. I had to say it. That reminds me. Do you guys remember when Jim Webb ran for office I don't think it was this last election. It was the previous one when Trump won. But they asked him like, what's one of your most proudest moments or something like that, or no, something about their enemy, something about how does your enemy view you or something like that, something of that nature. And Jim Webb said something along the lines of, "Oh, he's dead. You should go ask the Vietnamese guy. I threw a grenade into his bunker, and he's no longer alive. That's how he feels about me." Something along those lines. I was just like, "Ooh, you can't say that. You can't say that to the American public. They're not going to like that." It was funny though. Let's see. Eric's at 44.5 to 47.5. And who am I missing? I'm missing Adam. 51. Way up here. I like that guess. I actually really, I just don't have the guts to put in the guess that Adam did. I would have to put him just slightly above the 47 mark since it overlaps with Eric, or myself, I mean. But I know it's 47. All right, so our price predictions are in. If I go to the stats page, you'll see the colors. Adam's in blue, which he's covering for John. Eric is in purple. I'm in orange, and Duncan is in red. And we'll see how we do for the day today. Let's see, 8 million shares traded 8 minutes into the end of the day. That's starting off with some really nice volume. If we actually look at the volume that's traded, they're all over 250,000 shares a minute. That's the kind of volume you want to have if you're going to see a 100 million share trading day. So that's good volume for right now. We'll see where if it continues to hold. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta go check my front door real quick. Oh, I know I should have changed my price prediction. Oh well. I'm going to be out of the running here real quick. I'm not going to be disappointed about that. I will take it. I'll take it like a man. I have a feeling Adam's going to nail it again. It's crazy. What a stud. That guy, he knows how to grab life by the balls and take control. he's so crazy, that guy. So I'm entitling, earlier this morning I talked about the movie that I watched this weekend, The Big Short. So I had three things that I had wanted to complete this weekend, which were number one was to watch The Big Short. Number two was to reboot the computer, and I did both of those two things. The third thing I didn't get to do. I had suggested to my wife that we go watch the Myth of the Ten Rings. Is that what it's called? I think the Myth of the Ten Rings. Let's see. Latest. I think that's what it's called. Legend of the Ten Rings. Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. So I did not have an opportunity to go out and see that, and I'll tell you why. So I had suggested it to my wife, and we went out, or we didn't go out. We kind of mulled around with the idea a little bit, and then when it came time to making a decision, I went online and I started checking out movie theater times, and it was packed. There was no available seats at any of the AMC's for me to go check it out. If I wanted to drive a really long ways away, which I know some of you are doing, I could have gone and seen it, but it wasn't worth it. It was really far away, and so we didn't see the movie. So I did not accomplish that one item that I wanted to accomplish this weekend, unfortunately. But my goodness, seeing AMC absolutely just loaded to the hilt with sales for this weekend. I think they broke some kind of box Labor Day weekend box office records. Boy, I can't say that, box office records. Let's see. I'm looking up the box office records for this weekend. Oh, why do they not have this weekend's numbers? There we go. That's got to be projected. Okay, so wow. So what's being reported so far? Top 10 grossing for September 3rd through 6th. So this weekend basically was the Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings at 100 and what's showing right here according to this website. Overall gross was $129 million. Those look like some good numbers. Labor Day, box office Labor Day records. This was published 21 hours ago by the NPR. Marvel's Shang-Chi smashes Labor Day box office records with 71.4 million debut. The Marvel epic Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings rang up an estimated 71.4 million at the U.S. theaters between Friday and Sunday, according to tracking website Box Office Mojo. Disney, the film's distributor, expects Shang-Chi to sell another 12.1 million in tickets on Monday. We know it was well more than that. But the film has already more than doubled the previous 30.6 million record for the full Labor Day weekend, including Monday, set by the horror flick Halloween in 2007. Labor Day weekend is usually slow for movie theaters, industry analysts say, with most blockbusters released earlier in the summer. And attention shifting to the new school year and the start of college football season, the pandemic has made it even tougher to sell movie tickets, especially with the rise of the Delta variant keeping some viewers home and forcing several movie openings to be delayed. It has not hurt in the box office at all for this weekend. I got to text my wife something real quick. It just reminded me about buying tickets. My son has a home football game this weekend, and I'm thinking I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to it. I don't know if the rest of the family's gonna go or not, but checking it out. We're gonna look into movie tickets for that for football. No movie tickets for this weekend. It's gonna be football tickets. Okay, we hit 47.46. So I want to point out here. I'm gonna kind of go back an hour. To the hour interval. I'm going to point out to you guys that the $48 and what is it here that I got set? 48.28, 48.30. 48.30 is that level that we've hit 3 times. If we hit it again today, that's the 4th time. We should see a breakthrough coming up pretty soon. So that's we should be watching out for that. That's going to be pretty crazy if it happens. I don't even have an ascending parallel channel I can draw out here. I guess there's 2 touch points there. Okay, so this is a bearish channel. At some point, it's going to break out of this channel and start heading down. So it looks like it hit some kind of level of support or resistance at about 47.46 in there. I don't have my Fibonacci set up for this movement, this price movement. Gonna change this just ever so slightly here, guys. I'm having technical difficulties with my mouse today. It's not cooperating. It's probably user error. Most definitely user error. All right, I'm going to delete some of these Fibonacci's. I do not like where they're at, and why can't I? Why is this not letting me? Weird. Okay. Not able to select on them. How strange. Let me just try to do it on my phone real quick. It's very odd that I'm not able to delete these. It's like it's allowing me to select it. There we go, trash that. So weird. Trash that. Okay, they're trashed. I just gotta update. Alright, so let's redraw these a little bit here. Let's look for good areas to look at would probably be this one here. Yep, I like that. And probably I'm going to go back in time. Probably this one right here. I don't like that one. Unfortunately, we're kind of in that territory. That $48 territory is a rough area to try and find like good prices to like run Fibonacci's on, because we haven't really supported that level too much, because it is one of those areas where it just kind of kicks off through. I'm going to do something a little different. I'm going to draw from the top and one down. And we'll take a look at that and see how it works out. So much noise. All right, let's see what we got here. I don't understand why it's not letting me click on my Fibonacci's on here. It's kind of weird. It's almost like it moved my, see, whenever I click on anything else, it puts my box up over here, but when I'm clicking on the Fibonacci's on here, it's not showing up my box anywhere. Oh, I don't want to do that. So strange. How am I supposed to change these if they're not, do I have to go back out to the 1 hour level to change them? It seems so odd. Something's up here, Weeble. Fix your stuff. I don't know what to do with this. But I can't even change the colors of my Fibonacci's to show levels of support and resistance. I'm gonna have to change it on my phone again. It's so odd. Oh man. I'm just jacking everything up right now. Sorry guys. Bear with me. Bear with me. All right, well, it's 8:58, so close enough to checking out everything, all the technicals right now. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. We are breaking past what appears to be a level of support at 40, or level of resistance at 47.04. Next level of resistance at 47.56, and I'm going to go ahead. Morning, Mom. Good to see you on here. I'll get to your information here in just a minute. Let me start these technicals, get through them, and I'll touch on that. Let's see here. Go ahead and refresh screens. Oh yes, the margin requirements. I believe that I touched on those margin requirements for Charles Schwab last week. I'm pretty sure that they kicked in last week. Oh, nice. Fidelity decided to fix itself. That's awesome. Okay, guys. Everything should be reset. Let's take a look at technicals. All right, you'll see this morning that short exempt volume was a little bit down from last Friday at 215.6. Utilization's up to 91.43, and day-over-day price increase. Last week we had a down day of negative 0.81%, but we are up 7.5% right now. As far as dark pools go, 51% of the dark pools are being traded, 51.84% of what's being traded currently in volume is going to the dark pools. That's showing up right here next to my finger, and we know that's typically low from what Stonk Tracker reports by about 4 to 5%, so it's probably more in the range of like 55 to 56%. Moving on down below that, the amount of borrowed shares today is actually returned shares. It was at returned shares of 68.83 earlier, 68,000. 68,000.80 or 68,000.83. It is now down to 211.53. Estimated short share interest is of the free float is at 18.98%. That's dropped slightly. Institutional ownership is still at 127.7 million. Max pain for options is at $41. Our largest amount of volume currently is sitting at, on the call side, $50, 12.6 thousand options. Highest level of volume for the put side is currently at $40. So there's a $10 spread. There's 8.1 thousand contracts of the puts. That's the same exact spread for open interest with about almost the exact same amount of volume. So am I looking at the wrong numbers? That's because I'm looking at the wrong numbers. Dang it. 12.6. Okay, I got the right number for the call side. On the put side, it's actually 3.8. There we go. Not 8.1. Whew. I'm losing it, guys. Losing it. All right. Just so you guys know, the amount of shares left to borrow as of today was 11.1 million. Friday it was 11.3, so that's probably why utilization is ever so slightly up. We do know that they borrowed 9.79 million shares Friday. The title of the show for today is 13.1 million borrowed shares since August 31st. That's pretty massive and usually results in an increase in price. 47. We're currently running at 47.60. For those of you who are just joining for the day today, I'm going to go ahead and pull up Ortex data for you guys to see. I do kind of want to show you what's going on there. Some interesting stuff. So let's go ahead and take a look at the main page again. Okay, on Ortex. One of the things that I think is interesting, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of some of this information that's on here, is obviously the on loan versus average age. I'm going to zoom in on two specific points. Point one being our increase in price back in June when we had a separation of the on loan average age per day, which went up, and the on loans which went down. And then as they diverged and then started to merge back together, I'm going to add failure to delivers down here at the bottom. You can see as they started to grow, as the average age of loans decreased and the loan amount started to increase, you had a bunch of failure to delivers start to pop up. That's what's happening currently again. We have a divergence again right here, and these failure to delivers actually the divergence happened again back here for quite a while, and then on loans started to pick back up again, and here's your increase in failure to delivers. Now we have another divergence, and now starting to come back together again, although the on loan average age per day did spike up quite a bit, quite a bit. If you look in past history, back in June or late May, no, this is June 7th, early June, it was at 57.9. We were at 57.5 before it started to drop. Typically speaking, when we see this value drop significantly, and I would say that a 5-point drop, semi-significant, not too terribly significant. So we'll probably see this drop again at some point. So it's just kind of it's peaking back up, and then it's probably going to go back down eventually. And we'll see on loans increase through. They'll merge. There'll be a divergence of these two numbers again, and that's when you're going to see the failure to deliver start to hit. At that which point, 7 to 15 business days, or probably next week, will be the big, huge price increase. That's what's coming up. The other one that I kind of wanted to show too is that anytime that this estimated short share interest percentage of the free float is over 20, according to all the data that I've looked up, that number, anything higher than 10 is considered high. Anything over 20 is considered extremely high, an extremely highly shorted stock. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that with us hovering right around that 20 range, for a normal stock, it would be a good indicator to leave the stock. In our particular case, it's a great entry point for getting into the stock because it's heavily shorted, and we know what happens when this stock is heavily shorted. The squeeze happens. So there's a lot of really good indicators that are showing positive numbers coming up in the near future. Checking out our trends. According to Fidelity, we are the #1 trending stock with a 48% buy to 52% sell. So people are selling shares. No doubt. There is no doubt that people are selling shares right now. But we're still seeing positive growth. Oops, sorry, give me 1 second here. Okay, Stonko Tracker. Petra's Farm Stonko Tracker, because it remembers. Looking about the same on available shares to borrow. Looking at the rest of the market, 3,394 advancers to 3,362 decliners. So the market is very slightly advancing. However, if you look at the three markets, NASDAQ is down 0.04%, Dow Jones is down 0.71%, and the S&P 500 is down 0.43%. Looks like computers, phones, and household electronics is doing kind of poorly, as well as diversified retail, as well as, what is this one in here? Oh, that's housing. Ooh. Real estate operations. Do you guys remember what I was saying about retail properties going down in price? Now, Zillow's primarily homes, so I'm kind of surprised to see they're down. They're taking some hits here. Not very big, but they're taking some hits. Robinhood is up. Haha, just kidding. They're down 1% for the day today. They're currently at 43 bucks. Their opening IPO price was 48. Amazon is up 0.92%. Cinemark up 3.17%. Doge is down 7%. GME is up 2.4%, and we are up we're up 8%. I almost said almost, but we're there. We do have a level of support at 47.56, which we're just kind of teetering around right now. Looking on a 1 hour scale, our RSI is through the roof at 78.69. We are way overbought. I'm going to go ahead and pull up Bollinger for this real quick. Bollinger Band. Yeah, we're trading well outside of the upper standard deviation right now. Massive amount of volume currently coming. We're at 28 million shares traded. 40 minutes into this, we're looking really good on volume today. Like I said before, if we break 48 bucks, typically speaking, that's the magic number. 48 bucks does indicate is usually a very good indicator of us moving into new levels when FOMO starts to hit. That's the magic FOMO number, 48 bucks. 30-minute interval is currently way oversold as well at 84.82 on relative strength index, the RSI. And a 5-minute interval has got to be really high. Let's see. Okay, it's right at 70 surprisingly, which means we're probably coming down in price at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, so we had a nice little push here on the Bollinger. You can see that there's some little bit of unnatural price action going on right here, moving upwards. So it's having a little bit of a correction. Huge amounts of volume right here. If we can stay over 250,000 shares a minute, that puts us at an average of 100 million shares traded for the day. Kind of clean this up by elongating it a little bit. All right, so our next level of support is going to be $47.04. Let's see if I can get a little bit of a pattern going here. Not really. Maybe ever so slightly. I mean, if I already use this as the bottom touch point, but that's not good because it's not even the minute's not even over yet. I'm gonna delete this for right now, and I'll come back to this and hit this up in a little bit here. I do think that we're kind of traversing in an ascending parallel channel. It's not quite clear as to what those parameters are, but usually that is a bearish signal, which means we'll see this kind of push down, breakout going down at some point. All right, let's see what you wrote here, Mom. Schwab has a new margin requirement, 200% for special maintenance. I realize hedgies don't use Schwab, so does this mean wannabe independent folks are following in the hedgies' footprints? Absolutely. There are definitely investors out there who are taking short positions on AMC. There's haters. There really is. There's firm people who believe that this stock is not going to go up, and they are shorting the crap out of it. And 100% they're getting hit. They're getting hammered. It's a very dangerous play. I mean, if you think that I can't even, I mean, if you were to bet on average on on a weekly down price of this stock, you're probably going to be doing well. But if you ever get caught on a week where it goes up, you're screwed. And it only takes once. It only takes once to get screwed. When you have time, please unpack what this is, who it hurts, and how it happens. Unpack what this is. It hurts whoever's doing it, and it can impact their entire portfolio. If you are shorting this stock, if you have a short position, um, the amount of there's infinite amount of loss that can be attributed to this. So, you could lose your entire position now, especially when Charles Schwab forces you to have 200% uh, of liquidity, I believe is what it is. No, what do they call it? They call it 200%. They're calling it special maintenance, but basically what you have to have is you have to have 200% of your total value of your margin um, in liquidity and able to cover for your position. If you don't, then they margin call you. And what happens is basically they'll close your position by the end of the day if you don't have it. Now, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that margin call actually happened, or that notice went out last week. So that should have already taken place, and there should have already been people who had their positions closed if they did have open positions, short positions with this. So how's it going to impact them? They lose all their money. If they can't afford to cover their positions, they'll automatically be cashed out until they can be covered. So yeah, sucks for them. Okay, so we are hitting that level of support at 4704. Looks like we do indeed have share buy walls at those levels at 4705 and at 47. So we should see it hold. I knew I should have increased my price prediction. I am so bad at price predicting, guys. Don't ever listen to me for price predictions on this stock as far as on a daily basis goes. I am probably the worst person to try and predict what's going to happen on a daily basis on the day. I just have no luck with it. I can't seem to pick up where it's going to go from the beginning of the morning. Volume is another issue. Volume I usually can track pretty well. Although today's looking a lot different than what I anticipated from today. Today's not a good example of that either. I did have a volume prediction today of 70 to 90 million. If this doesn't slow down by 10 a.m. like it normally does, which actually, let's see here. We've actually already crossed over into that 10 a.m. time frame that it usually starts to slow down. And I'm not seeing a slowing yet. I mean, it is down, but it's not like massively like it normally does. I mean, it's only 15 minutes past that time that it normally starts to slow. I mean, you can kind of see it starting to slow down right here, and then it just picks right back up again. Now it's starting to kind of ever so slightly come back down. Yeah, I would not want to take a short position on this stock. It's just way too risky. I quite honestly don't know why anybody in their right mind as a retail investor would think that would be a smart play. Just out of curiosity, that does make me wonder about what. So if you look at the Ishimoto cloud, I believe that's how it's pronounced. There are indicators on this that tell you when this stock is a good stock to do like a day trade on. But usually they look at it at like a 30-minute interval. So let me pull it out and just kind of see where we're at here. Okay, so this is the cloud right here on the Ishimoto. So you have a cloud right here, and you have a cloud here and here. So usually this would be considered a breakout, like right here. So the cloud switches. The price starts to go up, and it's beating both the conversion and the base right up until about here. So a day trader would have probably seen a buy signal as the price broke out of the cloud, like right around here at a $44 range. They probably would have bought into this, and then according to the way that the day trading works is when you start to see the conversion line or the baseline, if you see price meet or touch those are good selling points. So you would probably, somewhere around here or right about now where we're at, if you were a day trader, you would have probably sold. So day traders would probably be hitting this, up for the $3 price increase that it had. That's how it works, guys. That's what there are people out there who day trade. You gotta realize that's how it happens. Um, they're going to look at this kind of stuff and they're going to want to try and make money off of this. And quite frankly, as an ape, we use those guys, right? I mean, they come in. There are FOMO people, right? They come in and they buy when we're hitting these huge upward swings. Crypto Mr. E, we're looking for 48.30. So I'll scan back out to a 1 hour just so you can see it here. So we've touched 48.30. I believe it's 48.30. Yeah, 48.30. 1, 2, 3 times. We're looking for 48.30 for a fourth touching point. If we can hit 48.30, the breakout that I have drawn out is for Friday or Monday of this week. Friday this week or Monday next week. But it certainly, I mean, if we have strong movement today, we could certainly break out tomorrow. There's no reason why, or at least touch, retract off of that, maybe break out Thursday. It can break out early. This is a huge multi-day 1 hour interval bullish signal. This is a triangle pattern with a flat end top on it, and we've got 3 touch points already at 48.30. Excuse me. And welcome to the channel. I don't think I've seen you on here before. It's good to have new faces. I will point out that you'll see a lot of colors on the page here. Oh, I should probably say that the very first thing I should tell you about the channel is that on the hour, every hour, I do technical analysis. So if you ever, I view my live stream as kind of one of those things where it's like a 9-hour stream. I don't expect people to stick around for 9 hours. If you want to know, there's good times to come to watch for technical analysis on the hour, every hour. It's great, right? You can just zoom in, be here for 10, 15 minutes, however long it takes me. Usually about 10 minutes long. And then you can zoom out, and go check other stuff out. I don't hold people hostage. In fact, I will actually advertise people to go check out other streams that are happening. If I know that there's something on there that is really interesting. There used to be a time where I would actually pull up other people's streams and have them playing on mine if I thought it was really good information or an interview that I thought was really worth looking at. But I really I started to feel like that's like content stealing, and I really didn't like the idea of that, and so I stopped doing that. Now I just point people in that direction instead. AMC Theaters announced new Labor Day weekend admissions record. This is by CNBC. IMAX CEO on how the company benefits from influx of investors buying AMC stock. Let's see. CNBC's Morgan Brennan reports on AMC's revenue record, which showed attendance surpassed 2019 numbers. Yeah, I mean, we had an incredible box office weekend on the new Avengers movie. Pretty massive. Okay, so we are spiking up in price a little bit here. We're heading towards 47.56 level of resistance. We have a little bit of a pattern forming here. I'm seeing a little bit of a shoulder head shoulder, but the price isn't doing what I would have expected it to do, which would be to drop here. So it's not quite. Let me just pull out just a 5 minute just to kind of see what it looks like more. See, this looks more like a pennant situation here. And so what I would probably do, let's see, this starts at 9:35 until 10:10. So 10:40 would be the breakout, which would be right here. So we should be seeing a breakout here really soon. If I just kind of draw this out like so. This one's going to be hard to draw. The breakout really should happen in the next 5 minutes. Is that right? I think that's where we're at. Let's see what time it is. 10:30, 10:20. It should be about 10:40. Somewhere around here. So we might test this 47.56, kind of draw back off of it a little bit and consolidate a little bit more before breaking out. We'll see what happens here. Do I dare draw my box? Normally, I'm going to see if this minute holds or not. Normally, I wouldn't draw a box quite yet because I don't know if this is actually going to be the touch point. It does appear to be stalling out at 47.56, like it's going to maybe drop back down and consolidate some more. If the breakout time is supposed to be here, I normally would draw this box actually out a little bit further. I don't usually, it's like 15 minutes before the actual end of the consolidation point. This is a bullish flag. I'm just going to check out and see what happens. It's either going to, one of two things is going to happen. It's either going to break out right around here, and it should be going up. This would be the desired, I mean, based off the flag signal that we have right here, the breakout should happen at about 10:40 Eastern Standard Time. So somewhere inside this box. However, if it's not an actual flag signal and it's just a wedge, then the breakout's going to be further back down here, and at which point, if it doesn't break out inside this box, then it can. I'll move the box a little bit further back, and what's going to happen is it's going to break out, and I can't tell you if it's not a pennant and it ends up being a wedge, then I can't say whether it'll be going up or down in price. Just that I know that it'll be breaking out in one direction or the other. Yeah, we're testing. I mean, we're hovering right at that 47. What is it? 47.56 level of support. Sorry, resistance. Whew, man, I can't get my stuff down today. I'm gonna take a drink here. Maybe it'll help lubricate the tongue muscle. Delicious. That's high quality H2O. That's a good push this morning. Up from what was it, 40? We opened up at $45, and it was a nice push that we had. It's funny. I don't want to name names, but I was talking to somebody about the stock. I'm trying to find the text. I'm going to read you this text. This is insane. So this is what I said to him. And so, of course, I can't really give financial advice because, you know, that's typically speaking when somebody wants to know about something, you know, they want to know, you know, how do you know what you know? You know, what are you seeing exactly? Why are you seeing it? And so I try to give as much information as I can. But I said, the markets won't be open until Tuesday, but I'm expecting heavy buying this next week. This last Friday, 9.79 million shares were borrowed, and the day before, 5.5 million. This might be the largest two-day borrow amount I've seen, and those shares were not used for short ladder attacks on the stock price. I went back and researched since I wrote this text because I was kind of curious about that. This is actually the third largest increase over a two-day span that I think we've had since January. So it's up there, you know, for Thursday and Friday with the borrow rates at those kind of prices. I say borrow rates, borrow amounts is pretty extraordinary. Third highest since January. So they are either holding shares to be able to control the price as they may be expecting a price increase, or, and when I say they, I'm talking about hedge funds, or they are using these shares to pay off previous loans. I believe the latter to be true as the average age of the loans is decreasing. Typically speaking, when old failure to delivers are paid off with more borrowed shares, utilization spikes, and this causes the estimated short share interest percentage of the free float to also increase, which did happen on Friday and is at 19.53. 20% is considered extremely high. I do suspect there will likely be one more dip in price before we have another big rip to all-time new highs. I can't really forecast when the dip will be, but if you see the stock price above 48.50 by the time you can purchase shares, then I would probably hold off. I would hold off. That was what I was suggesting because I didn't know, I really wasn't sure how high the price would make it into today. But I felt like that, you know, if it got up to 48.50 in the early morning market hours, that, you know, it would probably rip, and that would, you know, it might be a little too late to kind of get in at that point. For the most part, I usually tell people that it's extremely hard to pick good lows to buy in, and that if it were me, I would just buy when I can, regardless of the price. The unfortunate thing is that while I'm quite positive the short squeeze will happen, trying to pick the ideal entry point at this stage in the game is ultra hard to do. It's so true. I mean, it is. If you're looking for good entry points into this stock, it would have been back when we were at under 20 bucks, because now you're playing a guessing game. You know, I don't. It's really hard to try and give somebody good advice as to what, you know, what's a good buy-in point at this price range. It just really is because it's so unpredictable. We have no idea what it's going to do from a day-to-day basis. Okay. Yeah, I'm taking pictures here somehow on my phone. All right, so looks like we did start to decrease in price. We're kind of playing the bouncing game here, bouncing off of 47.04. We'll see if this breakout happens in this box. This would be the pennant portion of this box. If it doesn't break out through this pennant going up, because this would be a bullish pennant, then we're going to be looking at something that's going to break out a little bit further, and I can't tell you if it's going to go up or down. I have no idea. On a wedge, it's impossible to say. There are indicators you can use to look at it. Typically speaking, something like RSI would be a good indicator to look at. So if we look at that real quick, on a 1 hour, RSI is way overbought, right? So we're way high up right now. 73.13 is really high for that's outside the max range of 70 for relative strength index. On a 30-minute interval, the RSI is at 76.82, so again, still high. On a 5-minute interval, it's at 1560, which is above average. So I would suggest that if this does turn into a wedge and not a pennant, that the price will probably break out going down just based off of RSI indicators. Which is okay. I'm not talking like massive amounts down, but it will be something to try and put the price back into check due to some of the unnatural movement that we had. So if I open up the Bollinger, if you guys know anything about statistical process control, SPC, whenever you have abnormal outliers, something has to happen to correct for that. So all this morning moving forward, morning, John. John, good to see you back. All this morning moving forward, you can see we had a lot of unusual price action because this is the upper standard deviation and the lower standard deviation from the exponential moving average. So we have a lot of data here that's outside the band, this Bollinger Band, and what that means is that there's abnormal pressure to buy, very abnormal pressure. So a correction has to happen, right? So that's where you might see a correction happen in a wedge. You see some consolidation, and then you'd probably see a breakout. It would probably break out down below 47.04, maybe test like 46.20. How far it goes down, it's hard to say. This does look like a nice George W right here, but George W's are supposed to go up, and it's not doing that. So we'll see. On a 5-minute scale is probably what I really should be looking at here. But this is the pennant formation on a 5-minute scale that I kind of drew out. And we should break out, if this is truly indeed a pennant signal, we should be breaking out of this box up. This is a bullish flag. So you can see that the Bollinger Band, you can see that the tightening of the upper and lower standard deviations, that means less volatility. You can see volume, sure enough, decreasing over time down here. We're still averaging over 250,000 shares a minute, which is great. That puts us on range for 100 million shares traded for the day today. I definitely love how we're looking on volume. I mean, if I was just to kind of figure out the average pace that we're on right now, let's see what we got. 1 hour and 7 minutes. Ooh, based on the current pace that we're at, we're on a 221 million volume day, which is really high. It's not going to hold that. I mean, if we break 48.30 and continue above that, we'll definitely hold that volume. If we don't, that volume is going to drop off pretty steadily, as you can see it's doing currently. So I'm really pushing. I'm really hoping that this is indeed going to be a bullish pennant formation, and that we break out of this box here. If not, I'm going to have to move it back, and I don't want to do that. What's cooking, John? Anything good? Our stock price is cooking. Oh man, I haven't even talked about inflow and outflow. We'll cover it. We'll cover it in the hourly. It does look like we're definitely got more inflow than outflow, which is surprising, especially with when you look at Fidelity's data. I would imagine that Fidelity's data is probably. We'll look at it at the hour, but I would imagine it's changed. I doubt we're having a sell off right now. It's still saying it's actually saying 45% buys to 55% sells. But we are the number one trending stock though. With Tesla following us up with 40 to 60% buys over sells. Buys undersells. Really strange numbers coming out of Fidelity today. I'm actually quite surprised. GME is at 8th highest trending traded stock with 62% buys over 38% sells. We're going into a earnings report, I believe, tomorrow. Historically speaking, that means that there's going to be a downswing in price, which affects AMC in price as well. I could see us closing high today and then tomorrow coming down in price. Although I do have a sneaking suspicion that they have some really cool information to release about their earnings report, or with their earnings report tomorrow, having to do with Pokemon. I know you didn't hear it here first. I'm sure you guys have heard about it elsewhere. Me too, man. I really hope this breaks out upwards too. When you say you said you went for a ride midday. When you say a ride, are you talking like bicycling? I mean, that's what I would assume. Because I don't unless you just like going out for car rides, which is cool. You know, if you've got a cool car, why not? I used to be a cyclist, believe it or not. I used to be a triathlete. I don't look like it now, but I used to be a triathlete, so I did a lot of cycling, and I think the first century ride that I ever did. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. The first cycling tour that I did was Tour de Tucson, and Lance Armstrong was in it. He raced in, he races in it for fun. He was retired, I think, at the time when I went to go do it, and I was trying to platinum, and I had a 40-pound aluminum bike. Now, for those of you who don't know, if that's heavy or not, that's extremely heavy. Most bikes, these, back in those days, were under 20 pounds easily. So here I am racing on this Fuji Ace bike, which I think at the time I had it loaded up with the amount of gear that I had it loaded up for the Century. It came out to just about over 40 pounds, I believe. So extremely heavy, and I ended up finishing in. Oh man, now my memory's just really bad. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it 5 hours for? I believe it's 5 hours. No, maybe it's 4. Dang, I can't remember now. Maybe it's 4. I think it's 5 hours. I think for the Century it's 5 hours. Okay, so it's breaking out, guys. It's breaking out, going down inside of a bullish pennant, which is kind of odd. Anyways, I want to say that the platinum was 5. If you finish in less than 5 hours, you hit platinum, which means the next year you get to start out and with the pros. Platinum level is pretty high up there, and so you get to start out with pros. And I thought, oh great, I am going to I'm gonna finish this thing in 5 hours. It was a very high goal for my first one ever. I ended up missing it by 15 minutes. I can't remember if platinum's 4 hours or 5 hours. And anyways, I missed it by 15 minutes. And what happened was is we had a train that came through the town, and we were on track for beating the hour mark, the 5 hour mark by like 2 minutes. And this train comes rolling through, and like the whole peloton that I was in got stopped by this train, and it lasted for 15 minutes, and it screwed us. And I ended up finishing. I was actually first in my city for the area, and I got like this really cool plaque for finishing. But everybody told me that it was an amazing feat to be able to finish my first century at such a good time. But I really wanted to start platinum so that I could start off in the same group as Lance Armstrong the next year. But anyways, the next year I went back with a much lighter bike with the intentions of breaking that platinum. I figured if I dropped 30 pounds on a bike, I could probably do it. I didn't drop 30; it was probably like 20 pounds off the bike, and so I did. I went out there with the new bike and I raced, and ended up having one of the worst crashes ever, and it kind of ended my career. And yeah, one of these days I plan on getting back to it though. Hopefully, if this thing ever cooks off here, I can go out, repair some of my bikes, and get them all set up. I transferred to a KHS. I can't remember. AN5. Was it AN5? I think it was a KHS bike made out of really light aluminum, which was like an 18-pound bike. And I actually had I noticed that you'd said that you had Dura Ace. I had Campy on it, which was really cool. I had no idea what I was getting into, but it's so cool to be able to trim your gears. How do you say that? I was able to trim. So if I had any kind of rubbing on the gear sets, you can trim as you're riding. So you can do like partial trimming. I think Dura Ace does that as well. Now, anyways, they didn't used to, but I think on Dura Ace you can do trimming on it as well. Okay, so this is definitely breaking out down from that box that I had, so it's kind of odd because we were still in that pennant. Basically, it's a double top up here. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think we'll probably hit 4620 and probably hold. I think that basically what's happening right now is that we're just overbought. You can see that this is the correction. So I was talking about earlier that we had so much buying power that it was well outside of normal conditions. This is the correction to reverse that. I would expect it to hold about 4620. As we're already trading outside of the Bollinger Band right now. Yeah, but I had no idea. So my parents, when I was growing up, had this picture of a train and some cyclists hung above my, in our bathroom, kids' bathroom, and I stared at picture so many times in my younger years of my life and had no idea that I had an interest in cycling because I didn't pick it up until I was in my early or late 20s, I should say. And I absolutely love cycling. I love it so much. Out of swimming, biking, and cycling, cycling by far is the best thing ever. Like if you guys want to get in shape, you would be surprised how much out of those three things. Um, mm, well, you lose more. You probably work off more calories doing the running, but you would be surprised how much calories you can lose on biking. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Like you wouldn't think that you could lose that many calories because all you're doing is just moving your. Well, I mean that's all you're really doing when you're when you're running too. But you're still pumping your arms, and I feel like there's a lot more movement in a running motion than there is in a biking motion. But yet for some reason the amount of calories that you can burn in a bike ride is insane. If you want to lose weight, that's a great way to do it, non-impact wise. And I think for people like me who are a little bit older, impact is a huge issue. The body doesn't take it as well as it used to. Swimming is good, but I think you have to swim a lot more than you probably are willing to swim in order to lose as much, to burn as many calories. I'm a firm believer in calorie in, calorie out. Your body is a machine, is an absolute 100% machine. The kind of gas that you feed it doesn't really matter. It just kind of matters on how well it performs. But if you want to lose weight, like losing, and I know I feel like I shouldn't be talking about this right now since I need to lose weight, but if you want to lose weight, it's calorie in versus calorie out. As long as you're burning more calories than you're intaking, it doesn't matter because you will lose the weight. It doesn't matter. You just have to have a deficit in calories. And um, you know, if you feed that machine poorly, you're going to get poor. You're going to feel crappy. You're going to feel crappy while you're burning those calories, but you're still going to be burning calories. Yeah, I agree, John. Totally. I don't know if you know. I don't know if you've seen it in the background or not. I don't know if it's. Can you see that? I don't even know if you can see that. Can you see that right there? I don't know if you see that behind me. That is, I don't. It may be really difficult to see because it's kind of thin. But there's a bike right there. All right, we're getting close to the hour here. Probably start refreshing pages here pretty soon. $43 million volume. Let's see. So earlier we were on a 221 million share pace, volume pace for the day. Let's see where we're at now, because I'll bet you that's dropped to at least 200. Let's see where we're at. I'm going to call it 60, 70, 80, 2 minutes. Yep, 205. Pretty close. So we've dropped down to about a 205 million share pace for the day today. I do expect to see this to roll off a little bit more. Now, if we do break up into that like $48 range, all bets are off. I mean, because that's where FOMO starts to kick in, and you can't predict FOMO volume. It's impossible. $13.1 million shares borrowed since August 31st. Where are we at right now? They're returning shares. That's a good sign, guys. It really is. Because we're going up in price. So here's the thing. We're going up in price. So we know that those they're not using those shares to attack the price down. What we're going to see here in a few minutes, I'm going to pull up I'm going to pull up the dark pools and see where we're at. But if I had to guess, we're probably kind of lower than we would normally be. Normally we're kind of like in the 65 to 70 range, maybe 63 to 70 range for dark pool trades for the day. I would expect that's going to be down. They're not trying to control the price as much right now. They're not using those 13.1 million shares they borrowed since August 31st to try and drive the price down, which means that, and since they're returning shares, it means that they're probably trying to cover a bunch of failure to delivers that are just absolutely killing them right now. This is all right. So I don't know if you guys remember Donahue George. So this is posted by Stimulus Trader on Reddit. This is to me. This looks like it might be from. Yeah, I think this is probably from Twitter. So this is Donahue George. He was the lawyer who filed a suit against Citadel and a couple other companies as well. I think the DTCC and just a whole bunch of people. But he put today apparently he posted that the SE refuses to act. So I filed the preliminary injunction in federal court this morning requesting that court temporarily ban the trading of AMC and GME shares in dark pools until we can get an accurate share count verified by the courts. Which is, I don't know how that's, I don't know how that's going to work out. That's dangerous. I'm hoping that everything good comes out of that. My worst fear is that they just stop the trading on the stocks in general so that they can get a count altogether. I mean, if they did allow that, if they did do a count, the information from that would be really helpful. All right, I'm gonna refresh pages. It's time. All right, guys, I'm going to put you on the stats page, and we're going to cover the numbers for the day today. Oh, NASDAQ. There you are. There you are, NASDAQ. Okay. So looking at our numbers, dark pools over here. Dark pools 59.51%. You add 4 or 5% to that. That kind of gives us a more accurate number as to what Stonko Tracker will report by tomorrow. And you get, 64, 65%. So almost kind of normal for where we should be. Actually, with the amount of volume that we're having today, it's actually kind of low, to be honest. They're letting a lot more volume trade through here than I would have expected. Borrowed shares, they have not borrowed. They have actually returned 1.29 million shares. That is more return than earlier. An hour ago, it was at 211,500. 1.5, what was it? 1.5, no, 1.29. Estimated short share interest of the free float, 18.81%. That is dropping. I wish we could see that stay up a little bit higher. Although I do expect it to come down as they return shares, so it makes sense. As far as the options go, in the right-hand side of the page, that big chunk of data over there, we're at the strike price of, I believe 50 is our highest level of current volume with 25.3 thousand shares. Options, 25.3. On the put side, our highest level of volume currently is at 40 with 7.7. So there's a big imbalance here. 3-to-1. There's a 3-to-1 ratio in calls over puts. So big imbalance. That's pretty massive. 4-to-1's really massive. So we're not quite 4-to-1 yet, but we're getting there. Pulling up Petrovich's Farms. Nope, not yet. Just kidding. I'm going to go ahead and refresh this. AMC is the highest trending stock being traded on Fidelity with 45% buys to 55% sells. So yeah, so we're at a bit of an impasse here. So I've always said that between $40 and $45 is kind of like this like gray area where people don't like to buy shares. Well, guess what? Between 45 and 48 is kind of this selling point. If we don't drive through 48, then we have this potential area where if we get stuck in it, people are going to sell shares and to try and make back some of their money that they potentially, maybe they got in at $40 at some point and they feel like this is a good, stopping point to just sell. So we do have some selling pressure going on today, for sure. Not the end of the world, guys. Trust me. There's not nearly enough selling to have any kind of or warrant any kind of panicking. 800,000 shares available to borrow. ETFs is showing 3.2. I call this the Petridge Farms Stonko tracker because they remember. Looking at what was happening earlier this morning, they did borrow quite a few shares and then they returned them. And it's showing that they've returned quite a few. And as you can see, Ortex was saying, what was it, 1.29 million, or so, whoa, that's not right. I have 1,000. 1.29 million shares returned so far for the day today. Taking a look at the rest of the market, 2,666 advancers to 3,871 decliners. Let me get rid of my stuff on here so you can see this. The NASDAQ is up 0.11. The Dow Jones is down 0.8. S&P 500 is down 0.37. A lot of sectors are starting to take some hits here, you can see. Robinhood is down 1.3%. Amazon up 0.1%. Cinemark up 3.41%. Doge down 17.8%. Holy moly. Now that's a pump and dump for sure. We're definitely talking about a pump and dump on this one. Yep. That's a pump and dump. I'm telling you guys, man, watch out. Watch out. Watch out. don't get caught up in these cryptocurrencies. You gotta be careful. It's the Wild West out there. GameStop down 0.13%. AMC up 4.9%. We are doing well currently. RSI on a 1 hour interval is currently at 37.08, so a little bit below average. On a 30-minute interval, it is at 39.53, a little bit below average. And on a 5-minute interval, currently at, oh, I'm looking at the wrong stock, guys. I apologize. I was like, this doesn't make sense. All right, sorry. 1 hour for AMC. 1 hour for AMC is at 63.37, so just underneath. That's above average. I was sitting there going like, there's no way we went to below average that quickly. 30-minute. 30-minute is at 63.05. We could see another reversal and heading back up here soon. Based on what I'm seeing on these RSIs, they've cooled off a bit. And on a 5-minute interval, it's down to 45.78, which is slightly below average. Yeah, so I suspect that we might see a little bit of a push back up here. We have a, looks like we have a support level of 46.14, but it looks like it's dropping below that. But I don't know. We'll see if it continues to drop. It's hard to say. Let me see if I can get a little bit of a read on patterns. I mean, we saw this like, how long ago was it we saw this? Yeah, it was last week where it went way up in price in the beginning of the morning, down, and then it was like an upside down cup and handle, bringing the price down even further. So we could be seeing that same exact thing today, because it does look like a bit of a cup so far. It's forming. It could end out down here around 45 bucks, going back up to maybe like 45, $46, 45 and a half, 46, somewhere around there, and then dropping back down to some newer lows down here, potentially 44, 46 by the end of the day. Or it might just put us right back down at the bottom of this. Let's see, on a 30-minute. Yeah, it's not. I don't think there's any way that we'll be hitting outside of this pattern, this bullish pattern. We just basically what's happening right now, guys, is that volume's just dropping, right? You can see it down here, volume just kind of slowly ticking away over, you know, just every single minute that goes by, we're getting lower and lower and lower volume. And this is where it starts to die off. I mean, typically speaking. If volume completely dries up today, at this point, we'll be lucky to hit 100 million. I did have a prediction for volume today between 70 and 90. I could see it maybe coming in around 95, 96. But if it completely dies off, there's definitely could fall in within that range of 90. It's amazing how, I mean, an hour ago I probably would have said there's no way in hell my prediction was going to be right, but it's amazing what that pre-market volume can kind of tell you, how well it can predict the rest of the day. Yeah, crypto dump for sure. I was kind of looking at it this morning, saying it looked like it could be the beginnings of a dump, but I wasn't sure. But undoubtedly, right now, for sure, 100% dump. Yeah, I'm looking across the board, dumped everywhere in crypto. Massive 25% across the board, some 30%. Classic pump and dump, guys. I'm telling you, stay away from cryptocurrency. It is not your friend. the only reason that the only play that you could possibly have in cryptocurrency is to pump and dump it yourself. Like that would be the only possible play I could see in cryptocurrency because in all honesty, it's the wild west out there. It is the wild you can't describe it any better than that. There are groups that are going out and robbing the banks at will, and that's what the cryptocurrency is. It's a bank for people to invest their money to try and grow their profit off of cryptocurrency, and that's if Billy the Kid decides to show up at your bank, your money's gone. It's just gone, and there's nothing you can do about it. So be careful, be super super careful out there. I can't stress it enough. I mean, if you like a gamble, it's a great place to go gamble some money. And I'm not saying you can't make money in cryptocurrency. Absolutely, by far you can. But you gotta be playing it. You gotta know how. You gotta be looking for the trends that are out there. It is actually playable. I experimented around a little bit with it in the past, and it was very successful. So you can find some trends. Of course, what does that mean for us, right? What does it mean when we see a dump in cryptocurrency? Typically means that we're going to see a big, huge um, push for liquidity, right? That's where they get their liquidity from, and that's how they are able to cover margin calls, right? So they could be having margin issues, and they need the money. I wasn't even watching that over there. Our inflow versus outflow. We are currently an inflow of 466 to 450, so a 16-point spread between inflow and outflow, resulting in a 4.3% increase in price. I honestly think this is really, I mean, it's really looking a lot like Friday. A lot like Friday. I'm going to draw it out. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Check this out, guys. This will be pretty impressive if it works. Oh, come on. I'm going to go to last Friday. I'm going to draw this out. It's probably not going to be to scale, but we'll try and make it work a little. This is going to be crazy. I know it's not to scale. I'm going to try and modify it ever so slightly to try and be in scale, but I do feel like we're having a very similar pattern today than to what we might see, so I'm going to have to kind of adjust this ever so slightly. Massively. I would imagine that everything's going to be off as well. Yeah. That's what I'm gonna draw. I'm gonna draw the day out. I really feel like we're looking a lot like Friday, just at a higher elevated price. So basically, I kind of took last Friday's data and I just transferred it up higher, right? And we'll see what ends up happening. We'll see if we follow this. It'll be kind of interesting to see. Just a little social experiment here. Social. It's not social at all. A data experiment. I mean, in a way, it's a social experiment because you know a lot of the trading is based off of consumer or retail psychological inputs. So these algorithms are basing their trading off of that, and so it's very likely that you know we could see a very similar formation set up. It's funny how a lot of this data kind of falls right within some of the patterns, even though we're at an elevated point. This point does touch down at 42.42, but today would be touching down at 44.72. So we'll see if this kind of holds for the day today. It'll be kind of crazy if it holds. All right, guys, I'm going to go to break in about 5 minutes here, and I'll break until the top of the hour, in which I'll come back and do another technical analysis, and we'll see if this holds true or not. I really honestly thought there was a chance that we might break up above $48 today, but you know they're drawing it back in. They're pulling it. They're reining it back in here. I can tell you right now that there's a liquidity issue. There's definitely there's no way that every single one of those cryptocurrencies goes down like almost exactly the same across the board. I mean, some are down a little bit more than others, but across the board you're seeing like a 25% drop or more. I'm only seeing one that's positive right now, and that's Solana. Everybody else is down like 20% or more. Actually, Bitcoin's not down that much. It's only down 12%. Crazy. Cryptocurrency, man. Gotta watch out. You know, another thing too is you know, there was media talk last week about Gensler saying that there's going to be an upcoming fight between him and cryptocurrency. You know, so that's something to watch out for. If investors get really fearful about their positions in cryptocurrency, you're going to see them pull out. Hmm. The amount of shares being returned is you can see for yourself that it's increasing as well. I think I'm dehydrated. I better drink up now because you know, if it becomes beer 30 later, I'm gonna have to be hydrated. Yeah, about 2 minutes. I'm going to take off for that 40-minute break. I'll be back at 11, about 40 minutes from now. I will be back for On the Hour. I'll tell you what, man. I was telling my wife this morning. I should say, man. I should say Apes. I'll tell you what, Apes. This beard thing is getting ridiculous. Like, I don't, I don't know how much longer. I don't know if I can continue this up, man. It's killing me. It's killing me. Like, I need this thing to squeeze because it is just absolutely killing my face right now. I am not built for beards. It was funny. Somebody told me that my brother was growing a beard out, and so I went. My wife showed me a picture on Instagram. I had no idea. I had no idea that he was growing his beard out, and the dude looks like a freaking mountain man. I don't know how. Like, I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he did it. I was not blessed with the full beard that he has, but man, he looks crazy. I can't believe I've never seen him with facial hair like that before ever in my entire life. It was very odd. Let me see if I can pull up a picture of it. Um, I think it's on Instagram. Oh yeah, here it is. I don't know if it can focus in on that. That is a monster beard. I don't know how he does it. I don't. Yeah, he's crazy, man. That's some crazy beard. Oh man, I can't last that long. This has got to squeeze before then, guys. It's got to. I can't make it that far. I'm gonna be dying. All right, guys. I'll see you in 40 minutes from now. All right, guys, I am back. Dark pools. Interesting. Hasn't really changed much in the amount of percentage that they are trading in them. %59.29% in the dark pools being traded so far. Excuse me. The amount of shares borrowed so far for today has 0. They have returned 2.65 million shares. That is up in the last hour from 1.29. 2.65. The highest level of volume for call options is currently at $50 with 30.8 thousand contracts. Wow. That's up from 25.3. Let's see if 40 is still the highest level. Oh man. 40 is still the highest level on the puts at 8.9. That is up from 7.7. So 7.7 to 8.9. But I just want to note that at a $41 strike price, it's at 7.6. And at a $46 strike price, excuse me, at a $46 strike price, it's at 7.5. So there are some runner-ups that are coming up on the put side for higher prices, narrowing the spread. But there is a, holy moly, 3 to 1 ratio, getting darn near close to a 4 to 1 ratio on calls versus puts. So wow, that's pretty intense. Moving back over to the main page. On Fidelity, AMC still is the #1 most traded stock for the day today with a 45% buys to 55% sells. There is a bit of a sell-off happening. I would imagine that this is probably people who got caught in, locked in at like $45, maybe at some point in time, and are scared and are probably leaving, and it's not going to affect us. I mean, even though it's showing that there's more selling going on than buying, I'm not worried about it. GME is running in 8th, 7th. Oh, sorry, wait, that is 8th, 8th position at 65% buys to 35% sells. Stonko Tracker, Pettridge's Farm Stonko Tracker, because they remember. This is where we were at earlier. This is where we're at now. So definitely you can see the shares being returned. 38,000 calls in the money versus 62,000 puts out of the money. Almost a 2 to 1 ratio. Hold on 1 second here, guys. Put this back over here. And I'll put it over here. Now I'll move this page. And we have 2,454 advancers to 4,161 decliners. The NASDAQ is up 0.07%, Dow Jones down 0.74%, and S&P 500 down 0.35%. Robinhood is down 2.54%. Amazon is up 1.1%. Cinemark up almost 3%. Dogecoin down 16%. Yeah, it's the big news right now. A lot of hits getting a lot of hits happening right now currently. In the crypto sector. Watch out. GME 1.31% down. We are up 5.3% for the day. For shits and giggles, I basically took the pattern at 5-minute on a 5-minute interval from last Friday and transferred it and kind of modified it just slightly to, based on the fact that there's higher volume, to the same pattern to today to see how that would trend. If I adjusted this over just slightly, it might look better. Let me try it and just see. We'll see where it goes from here. Although it does appear like the price is kind of increasing right now. We'll see what ends up happening. Kind of crazy how that works out. That we might have like the same exact pattern forming as last Friday. If it does come to fruition, we'll close at about 45.59, which is ever so slightly up from where we closed, which is actually different than what happened last week. Last week we closed slightly lower. There is 577 to 585 inflow versus outflow. So higher inflow, hence the increase in price. About an 8-point gap between the two. On a 1-hour interval, our RSI is 64.13. Trending quite nicely inside of our multi-day triangle pattern. On a 30-minute interval, RSI is at 63.84, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, RSI is at 50.7, so right down the middle. We'll see if we continue on to this pattern. It'd be nice to see this $46.20 hold and completely deviate away from this junk down here, and then finish out, or start heading up in a new direction here towards 47 and hopefully hitting that level of resistance and breaking through. If we look at volume is decreasing. You can see it the volume moving average is moving down quite a bit. So we're averaging about 100 and currently around 150,000 shares a minute. And 150,000 shares a minute nets us 58.5 million shares traded for the day, which we're at currently right now. So there's no way that we're going to continue on this kind of pace. It's kind of odd, though. It is odd that we're right at that number. If we do take the total amount of, let's see, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 2.5 hours. So 150 minutes. We'll just call it an even 59. So earlier this morning, we were on like a 255 million share pace trading for the day, and then we dropped down to 205. Now we're down to 153 million. So you can see how volume, when it starts to drop off, how it can impact where the price moves to. I'm not sure if I'm just burning through this I feel like I'm doing these hourly technicals in like 10 minutes, which I hope that's okay, that it's that fast for you guys. If I have like something major to talk about during those times, then I'll go ahead and talk about it. But I don't have. I mean, other than the cryptocurrency just absolutely doing horrific right now, I don't have anything really to say specifically. I'm pulling up that market just to see if it's still kind of suffering. 11% down for Bitcoin. That's amazing. Yeah, they were trading like 52. Now they're down to 46,000 a crypto. That's pretty nutty. It has increased. It dropped as low as 43,000. It has increased up to 47. It's up. It is increasing right now. So it might be normalizing. Sounds like I got construction going on outside. People probably trimming up their trees. I wonder if I have a storm incoming over here. I better check. I got 3 big trees in my backyard, so I gotta kind of be careful a little bit and start. I need to get them trimmed. I don't see any storms. So let's see what's in the news here. We'll check out the news real quick and see if there's anything posting up there. Blockbuster movie sales boost AMC, GameStop earnings preview, Robinhood in focus. Here's the Motley Fool 2 hours ago. Did Shang-Chi just save AMC stock? Oh, please. Please. Too much, man. Too much. I don't know about you guys, but probably one of the first things that I'm going to do with some of the money that I have is probably get my house fixed up a little bit. Speaking of houses, Mom, if you're still watching, how did that sprinkler system hold up while you were gone? Hopefully it was good. People keep talking on Reddit about some kind of protest. I haven't heard anything about it. Interesting. I'm going to post this up. This is by Illyrian1991 on Reddit. I'm going to post this up here just so you guys can see this real quick. I really like this. Sorry. Let's see here. We got nice little charting going on. They're basically saying like this is where we're at right now. In contrast, and I know we've been saying this for a while, About a week or two ago, I was kind of saying this is where we were at as well, which would have been probably about this time right here. I really did feel like this right here was kind of the same as this right here. So, you know, and we did end up having a price run up for a period of time in there. But then it came back down, and you know, it's just kind of done a little bit of sideways trading, I would say, since then. But I do want to note that for the last, how long has it been? Since 8/11. Let's look at the dates. One second. Yeah, let's look at the dates here real quick. Since 8/11. So if we'll come back here, we'll put this on a 30-minute. We'll go back to 8/11. Right here, probably. Yeah. So since 8/11, right here, 29.40, we've had nothing but a constant price increase over time. It's been this upwards trend for the entire time that we've gone through this. And I really think that, oh, it's because it's not at the hour. I really think that that's, you know, this is leading to that, you know, that upwards trend is leading towards this upper breakout point of $48.30. So yeah, we're getting there. It's getting close. It's getting very, very close. If we indeed do break out, I would suspect it's going to be either Friday or Monday, because it's really starting to squeeze down. Uh, Squeeze is in consolidate. Consolidate. It's really kind of consolidating inside this pattern. If I get rid of it, it's just kind of consolidating up into this point, like up in here, and that's when we should have a breakout. Volume's dropping off pretty hard right now. You know, this is the reason why I follow these kind of things over here on the side. Robinhood, I'm following just simply because of the fact that I know that you know, they've screwed us over in the past, and I just kind of want to admire how well they do. Amazon, it's the heartbeat of America. If you want to know how our economy is doing, look at the heartbeat. Cinemark, they're our competitor, so we look at Cinemark just to see how our competitors doing, how the movies are doing. You know, the movies Shang-Chi, The Legend of the Ten Rings is, you know, box office numbers are looking amazing, breaking all kinds of records on a day that's typically not very strong for movies. They're up 2.7%. So, you know, some of our success today might be related to the fact that, in general, the box office did really well this weekend. Then I've got Dogecoin. I feel like, for the average investor, retail investor, Dogecoin happens to probably be one of the more popular cryptocurrencies for people to buy because it's so cheap. You know, not everybody can afford Bitcoin. GME is down today. In the past, whenever they've had earnings reports, They've always gone down in price for 2 to 3 days, including the day that they have the earnings report. So yeah, I expect to see more of that, unfortunately, going into tomorrow and the next day. But we are up 5.4% on the day today. Yeah, I really can't get a good feel for what's happening today. I mean, this does look like an upside down cup with a handle, which should mean that it's going to break out going down further, but it didn't do that. It actually kind of continued to go back up. It did start to break out down, but then immediately turned back around after some imaginary level of support at 45.94. So trying to predict what's going to happen with the stock today is looking pretty futile. Oh, excuse me. I needed more sleep last night. So here's the theory, guys. I'm gonna bookmark this moment because nobody's gonna believe it unless I put it in the title somewhere. So here's the deal. Cryptocurrency dropping as much as it did. Let's go back and look at history here real quickly. We're gonna go back. We're gonna do a little history report. I don't know if you guys remember this. Let me go back to the day. Okay, this is going to tell you a story. Starting early May, end of April, early May. So we got April 27th, runs up all the way up to the high of 74.42. And that ends on the 7th of May. And then we have a run down all the way up until the 30th. Ironically, and it does have like two run-ups, one here and one very small one here, but it's basically a big, huge price dump. Ironically, what starts to happen is we have a huge run-up in something else. Do you guys remember what that was back in June? Right around that time when it approached the end of the dump period? You may remember. So if it's dumping off again, and it's, I don't know when the end is going to happen on this dump here, this current dump. We'll go down to a 5-minute scale. Looks like it's already starting to turn around. What's going to happen? Because it wasn't just Dogecoin that did this. It's almost every single cryptocurrency did this. There's going to be some massive price movement, I think, in AMC coming up here. It's coming up. Give us just a little bit of time here. Okay, so this pattern right here, this big daily pattern that I kind of drew out is just a copy off of last Friday. And it was just because I felt like I was like, hey, wait a minute, we saw this recently. And last Friday, if you'll remember correctly, You know, it did something very similar. It had that good old Margaret Thatcher with, you know, formation leading to, you know, what looked like a cup and a handle upside down, which is a bearish indicator. And sure enough, price started trending down for the day till it reached a level of support at 42.47, and then it started climbing back up and then made 44 by the end of the day. So I kind of drew that out and then drug it over to today. And today's kind of a larger pattern of what looks to be like the same thing. You got your big old Margaret Thatcher right here. Your M, right? Price drops, you get your handle, your upside down cup, and then price should have, and I literally just dropped this over here and then expanded it just a little bit to kind of match volume. And we're following it sort of until it broke off like right here, and it's going back up. We're trending back up. So where's this going to go? Where is this going to go? Let's see if we have an ascending parallel channel here. Not quite. Almost. Let me try redrawing it just slightly. I think an argument can be made for this right here. So this is a bearish pattern. I'm going to leave up, there's so many lines on this page. I'm going to leave this up. I know it's messy. I know it's getting messy in here, but I'm going to leave this this Friday pattern up here just in case. I want to see what happens, because this, typically speaking, is a bearish channel that we're following, and we just hit a level of resistance at $47.04, which we did break through earlier in the morning, but we do have a shoulder, head, shoulder pattern right here, which would mean a price increase. I'll just kind of put those out here real fast. Good old smiley face. So yeah, price is moving back up. I got to get rid of some of this stuff. What am I going to get rid of? Get rid of smiley face. Getting rid of the ascending parallel channel. And I'm going to leave the rest. All right, guys, here's that upper blue line right up here at 48.30. That's the number to break. I don't know if we're going to do it or not, but that is the number. We got two levels of resistance to get there, 47.56 and 47.97. And of course, the 48.30 itself is going to be a level of resistance as well. I mean, they may need a lot of liquidity to buy shares right now. I'm just trying to figure out like why crypto is selling off the way that it's selling off, and where's the money? Like, where's the money going? They're obviously not attacking the price down here. So, and if people are selling shares right now, then they're just massively buying. But that would be a sell-off, and that doesn't seem to be the case. 13,742 share wall at $47.75. I'm trying to figure out where they would put this money, all this crypto money. I mean, if they have to cover margins, but the only reason that they would have to cover margins is if they were expecting share price to go through the roof, which could be the case. I mean, if we do spike up to something like 60, I feel like I need hot honey tea today or something. My I don't. It's not a sore throat, but my throat's just kind of like it's a little irritated. I haven't been anywhere, so I can't imagine I have COVID. I did go to the grocery store. The grocery store. I went to the grocery store yesterday, 2 days ago. But it was really brief. It was just to pick up some mac and cheese. COVID's running rampant right now in my area. Absolutely rampant. We had exposures to two of my kids, and I tried to look up places for them to get tested, and nothing was available. All right, so we bounced off of 47.50, this level of resistance at 47.56. I wish I could move this thing. It's really bothering me. I have 5 shares of AMC through Webull. You guys want to see something funny? Well, it's not funny, but... Oh, it doesn't show my position. I thought it showed my position. Is that it? Huh. I don't know. I don't know why it's not showing it on here. What is that? That's kind of cool looking. Oh no, that might be cool. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you like it with or without the lines? I don't know if I like it that way or not. I'd have to see what it looks like on the live stream. Kind of messing with stuff here. Yeah, let's see if we like this. Actually, I don't think I like it. It's easier. It's easier to see with the grid pattern. Kind of like draw lines across with your eyes. It's much easier to see to kind of get an idea for how it's running. So we're well past my level of my target price level of 47. Um, Ironically, that is the lower value for Atom for the day today. Yeah, I like it better with lines too, John. John, you know, it hit me like way later when you were talking about the whole cycling thing. It hit me way later that you said 2 hours. You get a 2 hour lunch break? That's nice. Nobody gets that kind of lunch break over here. Well, I mean, depending on where I've worked in the past, I can get an hour and a half sometimes, but that's because I combine all my breaks and lunch all together. And it's a 12-hour shift. So, take it for what it's worth. There's something about taking, when you're working 12 hours, there's something about taking an hour and a half break that is worth it. We shut from 1300 until 1530. Wow. That's interesting. I want to ask you what your line of work is. Ah, you're the boss. Okay. All right. I see how it is. What if you don't mind me asking, what's your line of work? What do you do? An IT business. Oh, I think we've talked about that before. You know, it's funny. Uh, I relate so well to the IT group. I honestly think I should have been working IT business my whole life. Um, I mean, I kind of worked along those lines, but not quite. Um, but I really should have. I should have done some schooling that would have taken me down that road. I think I would have enjoyed it a lot more. In fact, if let's say I just had an opportunity to like change careers, that's probably what I would change to. Because I feel like it's something that would be along the lines of something that would be easy for me to switch over to. But at the same time, though, I mean, we're gonna have so many more opportunities with the money that we have available to us that I think I'm gonna broaden my horizon a little bit and maybe get my pilot license and I was thinking, I was trying to decide between piloting for planes or piloting for helicopters, and I think I might go with the helicopter route just because it might be a little bit easier than doing the piloting for planes. Plus, I don't want to be a pilot for the airline industry or anything like that. That would be I don't know. I mean, think about how fun it would be to like retire, go someplace like I don't know, whatever your favorite place to vacation is, buy a helicopter, a house with a helicopter pad on it or something like that, and then just give tours to people or something like that. Something where you can charge people a fair amount of money, but not like nothing ridiculous, and just have fun spending cash or whatever. Something like that would be, I think, kind of fun. Let's see. 4704 is a level of support, so we were kind of bouncing down off that level of support. Let me go check my dog real quick. I think I might have left him outside. Hold on, I'll be right back. Nope, I didn't leave him outside. It was something else I heard. I'm kind of curious. I don't know if I have on my recently viewed Bitcoin on here. I should probably add it. I just want to see what it's looking like, guys. All right, so it had a nice recovery. You know, it's. I mean, I shouldn't say nice because I mean it was at 51.2. It dropped all the way down to 43.5. But it is recovered some of the profits, lost profits at 47. So it's not as terrible as it could have been. Oh, that's rough. I don't even know. Can you imagine having like a very substantial amount of your AMC earnings after everything's said and done drop like that? Oh my gosh. Ugh. That's dirty. I wouldn't like that one bit. All right. So, like I was saying earlier, guys, looking at last Friday, I basically copied this and then I kind of took it and made it a little bit larger as for today's kind of outlook as to what we might look like today. We started deviating, so I think I drew it out. I think I transferred it over when we were kind of like in this range right here, and sure enough, price got dipped, went up, started to dip, and then it started to deviate from this path. So we're not going to continue to follow this path. And last Friday, I had an extreme difficult time trying to come up with any kind of like pattern formations that were happening. Although I'll tell you what it does look like we're forming right now. If we hit at the top up here and then transfer or head back down to the 45-35 range and then head back up again to up to that $47 range, as you know, what we could be looking at is a nice George W for the middle of the day today. Probably best seen on a 5-minute scale. So basically George W that kind of looks something like that. I'm going to keep Friday's pattern up here. It'd be interesting to see if you know, with any of the noise that separates the two patterns, if it does indeed end back up down in this range for closing for the day today. It'll be kind of interesting to see. So I'm going to leave it up there just for the time being. Trying to look for patterns right now. SKMC, what's going on? More Whataburger, right? I want some green fries with my Whataburger. Yeah, that would be nice. Show him back up for that good old Whataburger. Oh, man. I'll never forget that for the rest of my life. Every time I hear somebody say Whataburger, I will always remember that. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. I think you might get those green fries. Would those be considered undercooked fries? I don't know. So we do have that level of support at 4704. It looks like it's having a difficult time breaking through that. Or never mind. Let's see what else is being said here. This is a post. I don't know if I understand this. I gotta look at this for just a second here. Oh, so there is a sweep. There's some sweep calls for 111. I'm confused. Their spot was what? Maybe you guys can. Oh, here it is. Strike price. So there's a couple sweeps for 145 call options that end on 121 of 2021. 22, sorry, 121 of 2022. So they swept. They did a sweep on $145 strike prices for that date. So that's it's very bullish. A very bullish sweep. I'm just trying to look at some of the data here. I'm trying to make some sense of it. Options are kind of a mystery to me a little bit. I'm not 100% like I'm not a master in them by any means. I know Trey supposedly, well, not supposedly. Trey had a video out this weekend that I saw that he had posted up about options, and I hadn't watched it because I've seen some of his previous videos a long time ago, so I've already sat through some of his options. I don't want to call them lectures. Learning points. Okay, I just went through the news and I don't see anything popping up on the news right now. I'm just gonna post this up here so you guys can see it. This is pretty crazy. That's not current. That's actually kind of old. But look how bad, look how down all of them are. That's just pretty crazy. I should give credit where credit's due. This was posted by my buddy JD Ruckus on on Reddit. Him and we've gone back and forth sometimes. Oh, I'll show you something. I forgot about this, guys. I totally forgot. I got to show you this. Where do I find it at? So it was kind of funny. I posted this yesterday, and the only person that bothered to even comment on it was JD Ruckus, the guy that I just showed you that post from. And we've gone back and forth on some things on occasions, and you know, I don't think we see eye to eye on everything. I don't know that he necessarily follows me or anything like that, but I know we've definitely we've gone back and forth a few times. So I believe he's an ape. You know, I don't think it's a show person or anything like that. But we did not see eye to eye on a couple different topics, and so I think it's just kind of funny how sometimes when he doesn't completely agree with what I have to say, he'll post something. But the funny part is I posted this yesterday, and he commented on it saying that I didn't have it right, and then he deleted his post. And so I chatted with him, and I said, "Hey, what's up with the deletion of your post?" And he's like, "Well, I couldn't formulate into good words what I meant." And I was like, "No, I agreed with you." I'll tell you what it was that he said here in just a second, but. I posted, I've seen fears about borrowed shares resulting in a price drop. This should help ease your mind. Only once has a sharp increase in borrowed shares resulted in no increase in failure to delivers. And I suspect that there was a very good reason for it. Increased failure to delivers results in net positive gains to share price. Now, I worded that very, very, very specifically. I did not say that borrowed shares leads to a price increase. I said that it leads to increased failure to delivers. I very carefully worded it, and it was funny because one of the topics that we disagreed on was that share dilution impacts the stock price and whatnot. But that's besides the point. I know he probably touched on that because of the fact that inside this picture that you're about to see here, I have all these circles. So all these circles are this is the on loan amount, and this every single time we've seen those peak, you know, you see the check marks down here for where the failure to delivers, which is the yellow bars, where they started to peak. Now there's only two times where there's one time where it didn't increase at all. Right here's the peak right here, and there was no increase. In fact, there was a decrease. Of failure to delivers. Then I put no failure to delivers increase due to 155.52 million share dilution. And if this is one of the topics we disagree on, and I think he wanted to try and battle it, but realized that I didn't say that share dilution impacted the share price. I just said that the share dilution caused the on loan amount to not increase the failure to delivers. So I think I actually kind of proved to him a point here, and he kind of backed away from it. So it was kind of funny, but the other time that it happened was this other spot right here. There was a big, huge increase in on loan amount. I do believe that there's some misreporting going on in here on this dip, and so I don't think the dip is probably supposed to be as low as it is. But irregardless, there was this huge, massive dip. It comes back up, and then no failure to delivers down below it. But then there is failure to delivers right here, which don't line up with anything. Well, I mean, there is an increase right here, but I put delayed and stunted at failure to deliver increase due to 85.92 million share dilution. You know, so I think that both of these two instances, but anyways, all the other times that these instances happened, you saw failure to delivers increase, and when failure to delivers start to increase, that's when you start seeing the price hike up somewhere around 7 to 15 business days after, which this last one, you'll notice there's no check mark down here, and it's because we can't see the failure to delivers. But I guarantee you, as this number is increasing on loan amount, that our failure to deliver are starting to spike. So we're probably going to see in 7 to 15 business days a massive increase in price, which would lead us to Friday or Monday with a price increase. That would be it's not 7 business days, but it's pretty close to it. And it was funny because one of the things that he said in his comment was, he said your the price of the stock is delayed by 10 days to your failure to deliver increases. And I was like, yeah, I didn't say anything about when it happens. I just said that it results in a price increase. So anyways, I think it's fun. We can all have differing opinions as to whether or not share dilution is helpful or not. And we can just agree to disagree, and still be okay. It's not an issue. It's still going to be okay in the end, one way or the other. I think anybody who would disagree that it doesn't extend the period of time that it takes for their stock to squeeze would be fooling themselves if they tried to make that argument. Because it definitely prolongs how long it takes, but it definitely allows them to dig a much deeper hole. Much deeper. In fact, I think back in March I was estimating there to be about I think I had estimated that there was about 2 billion shares outstanding. I believe that number is much higher now, and it's just because of the fact that there was share dilution. They bought up so many shares to try and continue to drive the price down further, and it caused them so much more pain. Them meaning hedge funds. Yeah, I was really careful how I worded my post. All right, time to start updating my screens. Let's see where we're at. All right, you filthy apes. Let's take a look at it. I think one of the first things you're probably going to notice here is that the dark pool percentage has dropped by about a percentage point. Sorry, I'm pulling over a couple things here and updating really fast while I'm talking too. Okay, so dark pool percentage 58.74. Add 4 or 5% to that. We're looking at about 63% trade in the dark pools. So I do expect to see that go down, simply because I think that with the share price increasing and shares being returned, those two different things simultaneously happening would have to that's the only way we would have price increasing. Otherwise, they'd have to suppress the dark pools as well. So, and they're not doing that. They're not doing it as much as they normally would. I think 63% is kind of low from the past. It does say that our 30-day average is around 64 or 65. So yeah, I think we're slightly below our average, our 30-day average. I know it says 60 on the page here, but it's actually 5% higher, 4 or 5% higher. So we're definitely lower in percentage than we normally are. 2.81 million shares returned. It does say negative 2.81. That is up by, it was 2.65 an hour ago, so it's 2.81. On the options, highest level of volume still at 50 for the calls, with 37.7 thousand contracts. That is up from 30.8. On the put side, it was 8.9 thousand contracts for $40 strike price. Let's see if it's still winning out. Oh no, it has switched. Switched to $46, is in the lead. Okay, so the strike price, the highest amount of volume for strike was at $40. It is now at 46. Massive increase on that one. And the highest level of volume is currently at 10.8. It was 8.9 at 40 before. How much is it 40 now? 9.7. So it did go up, but it's still not by much. 46 is the new number. So what does that tell me? I'll tell you what it tells me. It tells me that our stock price continue to remain above $46 by the end of this week is looking really damn good. Excuse my French. But it's not like they don't have enough volume out there at lower levels to account for, or to account for a price drop. And they'll definitely make a lot more money on the $46 if it does drop below it. Looking back at the main page, I'm going to go ahead and refresh this. AMC is currently #1 trending on Fidelity for trades, with 44% buys over 56% sells. So I said, there's definitely people selling shares right now. It is what it is. It's not going to hurt us. It's not the best thing in the world either. But these little peanuts that they're throwing out there is not going to help the hedge funds, not by any means. They got a long, long ways to go uncovering. So don't you worry, don't fret. It's all good. Petridge Farm Stonko tracker, because it remembers, is showing more shares returned compared to earlier. About 500,000. On almost 1 million ETF difference. 43,000, almost 44,000 call contracts in the money versus 63,000 put out of the money call options. The options are just really getting killed this week. Not a whole lot in the money. Next week, though, guys, I'm going to pull it back up. Did you see next week? Look at next week. Look how nasty that is. Nasty. I went to Universal Studios once and participated in the Fear Factor show that they had there, and I had to drink. They blended up like earthworms, mealworms, raw squid, curdled milk, and something else into, I think it was just water, into a blender, and it might have been something like cuttlefish. I don't remember what the other thing was, but anyways, they blended it all up, and one of the last things we had to do on one of the events was drink this cup of that concoction, and actually my sister kind of told me what I needed to do because she was helping host that show, and she's like, just hold your breath, just do it in one gulp and just take it all. And I did, and it actually was fine. I didn't really notice it, but the burps that I had later on in the day, holy moly, those were really, really nasty. Why am I telling you this story again? Oh, nasty. This is earthworms. This right here. The next week is these that's that concoction right here. Next week's in the money and out of the money puts and calls are just, it's nasty. Just like that drink. I'm telling you, this is really, really nasty looking. I think I'd rather eat that drink again than have to face these kind of out of the money puts. 373,000. How many shares is that? I think I just moved the decimal place over twice, right? So 37.3 million shares out of the money. Ooh, that's rough. Rough. There's nothing even close to that in the futures. This is maybe the closest. 121. That's the date I just read to you just a minute ago. Nasty, 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 nasty. Makes me think of drinking that drink, though. 2,542 advancers to 4,110 decliners. The Nasdaq is up 0.16. The Dow Jones is down negative 0.56. The S&P 500 is down negative 0.22. And Robinhood is down 2.34%. Amazon is up 1.18. Cinemark is up 3.39. Dogecoin down 14.5%. GME up 1.53. And AMC is up 6.8%. Currently, we're trying to drive back through 4704 as a level of resistance. Nasty, 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 nasty. Ugh. I think probably the worst part about that was raw squid. I like Japanese food. I like sushi, sashimi. But that concoction was something else, man. Oof. Earthworm, mealworms. The mealworms gave it a nice little after crunch, let me tell you. I should ask my sister what was in that concoction because I can't remember exactly. Actually, I'm going to text her right now. I'm going to ask her. I'm not even going to try and draw like some kind of like idea on where this is going because quite honestly, like I don't think that we can really predict. There's this day is starting off very similarly to how last Friday went, and every time I was trying to make some kind of prediction on which way the price was going to go, it didn't work out for the most part. There's just too much going on here. Just out of curiosity, it looks like. It's weird. Every once in a while, my computer will stop updating Reddit, but if I go to my phone, it updates perfectly. So I don't understand. Yeah, I really don't understand why that's happening. Did I check the? Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, guys. I forgot to check the. I forgot to check the RSI. So on a 1 hour chart, RSI is currently at 63.43, so it's above average. On a 30-minute interval, it is at 63.23, also above average. 5-minute interval is at 50.22, right down the middle. So there's definitely room for this to move both directions in price. We do have a level of support at 46.20, although it looks like last time we held it around 46.39. Did I do the inflow versus outflow? Doesn't look like it. 688 to 699. So 11-point spread on inflow versus outflow. I would say that reflects decent with where we're at in percentage of increase at 6.18, 6.2. Yeah, I think the biggest news. From this weekend was probably the fact that we had the I can't think of the name of the movie. The Legend of the Ten Rings. Shang-Chi. I can't remember the name. Like I said before, I'm so bad at names. But anyways, that movie is definitely helping with any movie maker, right? Cinemark is up, or not movie maker, but movie shower, movie cinemas. Cinemark is up 3.5% right now, so they're doing well, equally as well. Not equally, evenly, but just they're also doing well. Yeah, that's a nice price movement for them. Nice breakout right here. Excuse me. Let's see, volume is at 70.78. About 225 minutes in. So we're now current. Okay, so the pace is dropping once again. We are now down to 123 million shares traded for the day-to-day average pace. I was predicting between 70 and 90 million for the day. I would, let's see, we got a little less than 3 hours left. If volume really started to increase by the end of the day today, there's a chance I'm going to be wrong on volume prediction, but probably not by much. I think worst case scenario for my my volume prediction will be about 100 million or 10 million, so that we might hit 100 million shares traded for the day today. What does that put us at? Let's see. We got 2 hours and 45 minutes left. Let's see. Oh, what the heck did I just do? $240 minutes. Wait, what am I saying? 2 hours and 45 minutes. We would have to average about 175 million shares traded per minute from here on out till the end of the day today. So let's see what we're doing here. That one right there is 191. What did I say? How much? 175? So these wouldn't cut it. Basically, the rest of our average has to be somewhere around this level for the rest of the day today. Right about where this minute is right here. I think I forgot to mention that we're at 18.58% short share interest of the free float. I'd have to say the biggest news for the day today is probably going to be that cryptocurrency taking the dump that it did. I do want to note that we've had a sharp drop in average volume for the last 3 months. I want to say it was 100 and almost 150 million. It was like 148 or 149, and it's starting to very rapidly drop to, it's down to 121 per day. I don't think we want to see that drop below 100. I'd be a little concerned if it did. So that'll be something to kind of watch out for. I do want to note there was somebody that I was talking to, and I felt like I kind of got the feeling that they maybe didn't want to continue to talk. I could have been reading it wrong. I'm not sure, so I just kind of gave up on the conversation. But I want to pull up what it was that they were talking about. I like to recognize people that I think are putting out really good information. And I want you guys to see this because I believe wholeheartedly this is very true. And I think what we're gonna come to find out to be true is that there's a misconception about how do I want to put this? There's a misconception about what's going on right now. That I think will eventually down the road when the dust is settled and everybody's walked away and they start doing research as to what happened, I think people are going to go back and they're going to look at and say that we were actually in the squeeze as early as, I'm going to go ahead and throw up a date here, May 13th. Yeah, May 13th. And I'll tell you why. The price jumped from 10.95 to 15.80 on the May 13th, and I think that the squeeze actually started then. I know it doesn't feel like you're in the middle of a squeeze right now, but you do have to recognize that there's been a 27. What is this? 11. What's today's date? It's almost been nearly a month since we've had less than 20% decrease in price. So we haven't had any dips for almost an entire month. I mean, we have had dips, but nothing that would equate to 20%, which is what we're normally used to seeing. We've had so many 20% dips throughout this history. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 dips. We've had 23 dips since May 13th, and yet this last month, not a single one. And I think I think when the history books are going to be written about this, people are going to look back and they're going to say on May, the squeeze started. And I know it just doesn't feel like it, but this is why I think that it's important to show you this. Let me pull it up. So this Reddit user's name is Outrageous Umpire 617. And he put, this is his post, days to cover is days, not hours like MSM shills say. I did some DD on it, can't seem to get the video link posted. It's not my New Guy Investing YouTube channel. Oh, it's on my New Guy Investing YouTube channel. Let me know if it's helpful or if I'm the dumbest ape to ever fling poo. So I did. I went and I watched it, and he's on the right track. He's definitely on the right track. You should watch this. I'll go ahead and post a link to, I guess, the YouTube channel. So let me copy this down. I'll just post it in here. I highly recommend watching this. I think that you guys are gonna. I think it's good information, and he definitely deserves credit for that. But what I want to tell you guys is that volume is a huge factor in this stock and its trading. You need to recognize the fact that you know we're trading. All right, so I mean, just let this thing sink in for just a second here. Average volume over the last 3 months is 121 million shares per day. Per day. Okay, that is part of our free float, right? We'll pull up the calculator here. Our free float is 511.65. Am I doing this wrong? I'm probably doing this wrong. I gotta put in the lower number first. Dang it, I hate it when I do this all the time. 121.28. I do it all the time. Every single time I do it. I don't know why. I don't know why I can't remember to put the lower number in first. 511.65. Okay, we trade 23.7%, or basically just rounded up to 24. Almost nearly 25% or a quarter of our entire free float is traded on a daily average basis for the last 3 months. You can't find that anywhere else. I mean, you can find other stocks that are doing that, but we have been consistently doing this since January. January, guys. There is something very important going on in the volume, and I know I've heard people say that the squeeze will take like 7 days or something like that. I'm telling you right now, we are in the squeeze. With the amount of volume that's being traded right now, there's nothing in my mind that can tell me any way differently that we're not in a squeeze currently. It's just that it's the amount of volume that's there is so massive due to the amount of synthetic shares that are out there that you can't possibly realize that, like, we're not really trading 25% of our free float, because our free float's much higher than that. Our free float's, take some random number, right? Throw out 4 billion. Well, here's a better way to look at it. We'll pick another stock. We'll just say Amazon. Now let's look at Cinemark, right? It's a good comparison, right? Another company is just like us. Average volume for day is 4 million of their free float, which is 106. So basically 4%. 4%. Okay, so if we wanted to use this as like a litmus test, right? You'd say 4%. Okay, well, what if we actually had 4% of our volume traded and our volume was at 121 million, right? If that was 4%, how do you figure that out backwards? You'd have to multiply it, right, by the remaining amount of, or you'd have to make that equal 4% of some random number. And you guys know how to math this out. Let me pull this over here real quick. What was the number again? 121. I'm just gonna round it off and say 121. I'm trying to think how to math this. Unless it's gonna take me a second. I'm tired right now. That's divided by. Is that right? I'm gonna have to actually do it long just so I can make sure I'm getting the right numbers. 121. Oh. I mean, I had to do it a couple times, but yeah, 12.5 billion shares, right? If you wanted to figure out what 4% of volume is, like, since we're averaging 121 million shares, then the total outstanding float would have to equal 12.5 billion outstanding shares for the float, just to be trading similarly to Cinemark as an example. 12 point. I mean, let that sink in. So now when I sit here and I tell you that we're currently in the squeeze and we just don't even realize it, it's because I'm saying that we're trading so many shares on a daily basis that it's. Go watch his video. It'll make so much more sense. He does a great job of explaining why our volume is so high. But this is the reason why. The only reason our volume can trade in these unimaginable numbers is because there's so many synthetic shares that are out there. That's just plain and simple. It's the only logical reason for it. So there's a lot of these phantom shares that are being traded. And then there's also a lot of, as he says in the video, there's a lot of, what do they call it? Ultra, or high speed trading. That's not called high speed trading. I forget the terminology for it. Yeah, I can't think of the name of it. I think it's like, go watch this video. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's pretty good. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely very strong reasons to believe that we're currently in the squeeze, and we just don't even realize it. Of course, some people would argue that the squeeze would have, in order for the squeeze to be in play, the margin calls would have had to have happened, and I get that. And of course, obviously, the margin calls have not happened. I mean, it's debatable. Have we seen gamma squeezes? I think people would agree that yes, we've seen gamma squeezes. January and June are both gamma squeezes. Is it possible that we're inside of a much larger, very huge MOASS, and it's just playing out so slowly because there's such high volume? I think so. I really do. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I really do think that I think what's going to be laughable is that we'll all come back and we'll take a look at this. 10 years from now, there'll be books that are written on this and just all kinds of stuff, talking about how, um, we were right in the middle of a MOASS and we had no clue, absolutely no clue that we were right in the middle of it. All right, I kind of want to draw something out here. Seeing a little bit of a pattern formation. Probably going to get it wrong. 47.56 seems to be a level of resistance that we've hit a couple times now. I know we busted over it once, twice, but this time we didn't quite hit it. But this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to draw a line up here. I'm going to draw a box right here. Let's see, this is 45 minutes out, or 15 minutes out. This may be one of the smallest boxes I ever draw. And you're going to wonder, if it comes to fruition, you're going to wonder how in the world I could have nailed this. Okay, so using this $47.56 level of resistance, 1, 2, 3, I think we're about ready to test it a fourth time. It's going to bounce down, and we're going to consolidate for the rest of the day leading into the last, oops, shoot, I moved it. 15 minutes of the day. It'll probably break out either just on the other side of my box or somewhere in here. We're going to have a run on 48. It might be in the after hours. I just want to do some quick math. If you had $30,000, let's say you had $50,000, and you bought in today at 44, that would have given you 1,136 shares. Huh. If you bought in early today in the beginning of the market, when it was like 44, 45 in the pre-market hours, or when market opened at 45, I figured on 44, but let's say you bought in at 44 just because that's what I did my math on. If you bought in at 44, it would have given you 1,136 shares. If it ends at 48 today, you'll have made $4,554. It's not bad. I don't personally know anybody. I don't think I know anybody who has 50K to throw at something, but just saying. It is really following up this. If I go out to the 30-minute, I'll bet you, yeah. Let me go to the 1 hour. It is climbing nicely. What was this? This was Wednesday? What do you guys think? Do you think today's going to end like Monday last week, or do you think it's going to look more like Tuesday last week on this 1 hour scale? Because right now it's starting to look like Tuesday, only a little bit sharper. I just want to pull up something real quick here, guys. I don't know if you guys have seen this yet. Sorry, I'm pulling up my it's going to show up weird on your screen. I'm pulling up my picture here so I can read it. 3 white soldiers, a triple candle pattern, 3 white shoulders. We actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 white soldiers, maybe even 6. I mean, actually, it goes all the way into last Friday. Why do they call it 3? Is that really what it says? It does say 3 white soldiers. I don't know why it calls it 3 white soldiers. Interesting. Time for some more water. So again, for those of you who are just joining, this is last Friday's pattern right here. So we followed last Friday's pattern right up until about noon Eastern Standard Time, and then it just and I just basically copied last Friday's pattern, kind of increased things a little bit in a couple places to represent volume differences, and then just kind of slapped it, moved it over here to today, right around this time frame. I think somewhere around 11, and it started to follow it pretty good until for about an hour, and then it started deviating off of that. It'll be interesting to see if we do finish out the day really close to this price range. I couldn't help but notice the stark similarities between how the day started off. But what I'm seeing right now is what appears to be a triangle pattern. So I know we've tested outside of 47. I'm using this 47.56 level of resistance right here. I know we broke it twice already, but it didn't stay there. It actually fell down out of it. But then it went back up and got really close to testing it a third time. You almost might want to argue that this isn't really that close. 47, it's close, but it's not that close. Almost tested it a fourth time, but I think it's going to kind of trade for the rest of the day up into this box here and then burst out, heading up, because this is a bullish pattern. Excuse me. It looks like that outrageous umpire 617, the one I posted a link to, says the squeeze will be long and painful. True daily volume and days to cover. Did a really nice job putting that together. That he goes by new guy something or other. New guy investing on his YouTube channel. I haven't actually, I didn't check him out yet to see what other videos he had. I might have to start giving a watch though. I do like anytime I see somebody who talks about things that I feel very strongly about as far as indicators go. I typically will check them out and find out what they're doing. Just because I think that I feel like I'm on the right track. It's pretty pompous of me to say, but I do feel like I'm on the right track, and so when I see somebody who's on the right track as well, I'd like to kind of cover what it is that they talk about, just so that I can help. I like to kind of see things from multiple sides, and so I like to kind of argue against, and so I like to see how they support their reasoning behind what it is that they're talking about. What was I going to do? I was going to pull up something. Oh yeah, I was going to pull up his YouTube channel. I might have to give him a subscribe on YouTube. He's got, wow, he's got 1.4 thousand subscribers. What does this channel look like? New guy investing. Grow your wealth. Tips and tricks investing, ETF, stocks, options, crypto. Oh, I bet he doesn't like what's happening with crypto today. I like this guy. He's kind of crazy looking. What is he? Videos. He doesn't post very often. For as much as he does. this guy makes me laugh. I like him. I'm gonna have to check him out. See what he's got going on. Hold on a second. Maybe don't go visit this guy. Hold on one second. Let me see what he's talking about here.
Got a couple other option plays and some apes. I was just on Twitter and Reddit, just trying to catch up, do some research, and honestly, sometimes very frustrating to see apes fighting apes. I've got AMC, I've got GME, got a couple other option plays and some stock and mini stocks. But most of my portfolio, like 90-some%, is AMC, GME.
Okay, I like the guy more now. He had a title of one of his videos that says AMC and GME apes are full of crap. And then he says the truth about the squeezes, and it's not what you would think it is. He was basically commenting on about how um, a lot of the in-house fighting that's going on between apes on Reddit, Twitter, and all that other good stuff. And I know I've seen it for sure out there. Like I just got done telling you guys earlier, JD Ruckus and myself on Reddit have had a few times where we've had differences in agreement, and that can be offsetting, I think, to a lot of people because I don't think all of us investors agree the company should be ran the same way, right? One of my favorite quotes is I'm trying to remember. One of my favorite quotes is disagreements are not problems; they're opportunities to learn. So I think that's one of the important things that I take away from a lot of the conversations that I have with people on Reddit. Not so much Twitter because I'm kind of new to tweeting, but um, I find that there's opportunities for me to see different points of view when there's differing opinions, and I appreciate that. That's I think one of the things that I first recall. I grew up in a Republican family. Trying to I'm not going to try to talk politics or anything like that, but I grew up in a Republican family, and and I found when I got into the real world that I saw things a little bit differently than how I was raised. And it started me to question a lot of the views that I had that I was carrying with me, and I'm still a Republican, but I'm probably less right wing than I used to be. I would consider myself a conservative, more conservative than I would a Republican. Um, there's people walk different paths in life, and there's never really I love to see life in black and white, but there's so much gray area in life that you know There's so many ways to argue different topics, different ways. And it's like AMC, right? AMC, there's so many different ways and paths that we can take the company that we may not all see eye to eye on how things happen with the company in the future. But that, luckily, that's not our job. That's for Adam Aaron to decide. He's the one who gets to decide how AMC is going to get ran. And he does listen to our our input and what we have to say, and we have our say when we vote. So if you don't like what's going on, vote. That's how you get yourself heard. So we have differing opinions. That's how life is. So I don't, but I do understand how like a lot of in-house fighting can cause people to be turned off by the stock. It's just, unfortunately, we're not always going to agree on everything. Okay, here we go. This is going to be probably the true test, fourth test of 47.56 here. This is definitely a lot closer anyways. A lot closer than this point right here. Excuse me. Yeah, that guy that I shouldn't say guy. I gotta call him by his channel name. The new guy investing. He doesn't have very many videos out, not a whole lot of content out there, but go check it out. At least from what I can see, from that one that I posted, the AMC days to cover, the true squeeze time frame, it's going to take a lot longer than you would think. It really is. I know with GME, I tracked it down to 21 days. 21 days is how long it took GME to squeeze, and I think that there are others out there who believe that it only took 7 days. I disagree. I completely disagree, and you can see it in the volume. It took 21 days, and I'm not talking business days, I'm talking 21 actual days. So there was probably a good 4 days off of that you can subtract, not including business days, like 2 weekends probably worth. But yeah, I think it was like January 11th. Let me see if I go back here. January 11th to the 27th? 7th, so 21, no. Must have been the 13th to the 27th. Oh, that's not right. I don't know. I don't have it written down. Let's see. I do have it written down. GME model. 1/8 to 129. If I would have been invested into GME, I would have considered the squeeze to have started on the 8th, and I would have sold by the 29th. And I would have sold for probably around $360 a share, which is about, well, I can tell you how much that is. 360 divided by 437. We'll just call it 430, oh no, I'm sorry. 430. I would have sold for 430. 430 divided by the high. I was looking at the wrong point. 514. Oops. 430 divided by. I would have sold for 83% of the top. 83% down from the top. So I would have lost out on approximately 17% of the top. And you're gonna have to settle for something. I think if you anything less than 30% in the top, I think you're doing pretty well. Like if you could sell 30% from the top on anything of a short squeeze scenario, then you're doing extremely well for yourself. So, but yeah, 21 days. 21 days is how long it took to last. And I think that we're currently in the squeeze right now on AMC. And we've been in it since the 13th of May. June, July, August, September, October. 5 months. 5 months versus 21 days. What's that ratio? Let's see. We'll just do one. 20 weeks versus 2 weeks. Wow. If we were to squeeze today, GME squeeze would have taken 10% of the amount of time. I mean, that should give you guys some hope. It should give you hope in the idea that this squeeze is going to make a lot more money than you possibly could have imagined. Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. Okay. I think the big chunk of price movements up and down is going to be the most confusing part. And the reason that I say it's going to be confusing is because there's going to be several times where we're going to see 50, 60, 70% drops in price, and it's going to look like it's the end. And I'm telling you right now that I don't think that it will be. It's going to feel like it though. I keep trying to tell myself that, like, every single time I diamond hand through one of these sell-offs, you know, anytime it's been like 20, 30% decrease in price, that it's making me more hardened and ready to endure 50, 60, and 70% decreases in price. Actually, I should say 40 through 70. 40 through 70% decreases in prices. And I'm not so sure of that. Like, I'd like to think that I'm more hardened. But I guess when it comes time, we'll see. I'm gonna be trading off of signals, so volume signals and dip signals. Dips and volume. We should call it chips and dip. I had promised. I wrote a Twitter message this weekend that I said that I was going to be discussing what kind of patterns that I'm going to be looking for, and I do plan on doing that. I'm going to build together I guess maybe like a good example of like what kind of patterns we're gonna see based off of past history, off of like GME, and I'll just try and put together a little PowerPoint presentation, and we'll kind of cover it later on this week. I might do it on Friday. I think Friday would probably be a good day to do it on. I do want to get an interview in this week. I'm hoping. I have an email out to a financial consultant. I think that'd probably be the best way to put it. I have an email out to a financial consultant who's been working with me, and I'm hoping that he's going to accept my invitation to come and talk to us. I don't want to say what company he's from because I don't necessarily know that he's going to want to divulge that, because if he does talk to me, he may do it on his own private time, and may not want to be linked to that financial institution. I'm going to leave that entirely up to him, so I'm not going to state where that's from, but I can guarantee you that it is a very it's a financial institution that we can trust, and it's also one that I think a lot of people are probably invested in as well. That's probably about as much as I can say on that. But I do want him to come in here and talk to us a little bit about our futures and what possibly his company or a company could do to help us out. And it's not a sales pitch, I promise. It's not a sales pitch. It might end up. I'm going to try and make sure I ask questions so that it doesn't seem like a sales pitch. I can't promise how his answers are going to reflect. I'm sure from his side he would love to win us over, our business over. So hopefully he sticks to the questions, and I will definitely give him an opportunity to be able to have a plug at some point. So I'm not saying that it won't feel maybe a little bit like there's a sales pitch in there. But I wouldn't ask anybody to come on here who, if they were trying to win business to, have an interview for free, without at least giving them an opportunity to be able to sell what it is that they're marketing. But I can tell you this, I will be making nothing on it. It's not something I'm doing all of this simply because I want to know. I want to know what I've actually had a conversation with him once before, but it's been. Ooh, let me look at my emails and see when was our last when we first started talking. Hey, wait a minute. Did I not send him a reply? Well, I'll look at for here in just a minute. But it is time to go through the technicals real fast here, and I will refresh my pages, and we'll cover the technicals, and then I'll look for that email. Alrighty, let's take a look at how things are shaping up. Dark pool percentage is 58.43%, which is probably meaning that we're around 63% of our total volume traded into dark pools for the day today. Borrowed change is at negative 2.77, meaning they've returned 2.77 million shares. That is actually down from 2.81 earlier today, so they did borrow back some of the shares that they had returned. They meaning hedge funds. Don't know. Usually they means hedge funds. I don't know. We don't know who specifically is making these trades, or these, borrowing these shares. So that's why I just kind of say they. Let's see. Our highest level call volume was at $50 strike price in the last hour. It still is with 44.7. That is up from 37.7. So 37.7 to 44.7. High volume. On the put side, it was 10.8 at 46, which is now 14. So from 10.8 to 14. Still only a $4 spread between puts and calls. I know we're going to have a down day, guys. It's going to be either Tuesday. It's going to be, sorry, Tuesday. It's either going to be Wednesday or Thursday. I'm not sure which. I mean, typically speaking, Thursdays are our down days, I think. Is it Thursdays or Wednesdays? I know last week Wednesday was really crappy. I want to say it's Wednesdays. Maybe it is. So we might see a down day tomorrow. Max Pain is at $41. I guarantee that's going to change. Max Pain will probably increase up to like 43, 44, probably 44 bucks overnight. All right, let's move back to the main page. AMC is still the top trending stock with 44% buys over 56% sales. GME's slipped to the 9th position. They were in 8th, and they are 66% buys to 34% sales. Petrus Farms Stonko Tracker. Looks like not a whole lot of change in the last hour. Looks like they borrowed about 100,000 maybe out of the ETFs. Less than that, maybe 50,000. Yeah, 50. This doesn't look like it's refreshing. All right, well, we'll go with it. 2,733 advancers to 3,966 decliners. The NASDAQ is up 0.18%, the Dow Jones is down 0.56%, and the S&P 500 is down 0.21%. Robinhood is down 2.42%. Amazon up 1.19%, Cinemark up 3.62%, Dogecoin down 17.5%, 17.6%, and fluctuating. GME is up down 1.85%, and we are up 6.6% and rising. We have a current level of resistance at 4704. 4704, which we're just underneath right now. Checking our inflow versus outflow, we currently have 777 to 786, so a 9-point spread. That was 11 points earlier, so it's decreased the spread between the outflow and the inflow. On our time intervals of 1 hour, RSI is at 66.15, so a bit high. On a 30-minute interval, it is at 65.74. On a 5-minute interval, it is at 54.13, which is almost right down the middle. Kind of inching its way up here. It's finding its way to that box. I guess we'll see what ends up happening. How's everybody doing? You guys hanging in there? Listening from work? Let's see if we've got any kind of AMC news in hitting the 26 minutes ago. AMC theater chain sets U.S. Labor Day weekend record. This is by Wall Street Journal. Marvel superhero movie Shang-Chi helped to boost attendance figures. According to recent Charles Schwab survey, 15% of all U.S. Wait, that's not related to this article. They got me. Oh man, I can't read it. It's the Wall Street Journal. Marvel Studios' Shang-Chi, The Legend of the Ten Rings had a record debut that drove the best Labor Day weekend attendance figures at AMC theaters, the chain's parent company said Tuesday. Can't really read much further of that, but yeah, good article. Looks like it's good news. AMC attendance surpasses 2019 levels for the first time during the pandemic thanks to Marvel's Shang-Chi. That's CNBC reporting that. I want to know what Motley Fool's going to say when we start breaking insane numbers. What could they possibly say? I want to know. 5 other stock, we're like hitting like $10,000 a share, and they're like, what other stocks could possibly be better? You know, they're going to be like 5 other stocks that could possibly be better than AMC for a short squeeze. I just laugh. Oh man, those bozos. They have no idea. Oh, hold on a second, I got a call. I just got I just got one of those phone calls. It said Shangri-La Dev, and it was basically saying that there was a message saying that my due suspicious activities on my social security number, my social security number has been suspended. Oh man, that's hilarious. I love it. I love it. Yeah, you guys are too much. I hope they're watching my YouTube stream too. It's ridiculous. Oh, nice, Crazy Pepe. You saw the movie, huh? It's a pretty badass movie. All right, I want to go see it now. So much more. Oh man. All right, so that was one of the 3 things I was supposed to get done this weekend. My wife and I, we kind of hem and hawed over whether we were going to go see it or not. And then by the time we decided to go ahead and check it out, we went and looked, and the movie tickets were like completely sold out. I mean, it was just like we would have had to drove like 45 minutes to go see it if we really wanted to see it, and it was just like, and it was for kind of like mediocre seats, and I was like, we'll just wait a weekend. So, but yeah, that's one of those kind of. This is what I'm talking about. Everybody who sits here and says that the movie theaters are dead, it's like, how do you miss a Marvel movie like that in the movie theaters? I bet it was badass. You know, next time I'll tell you what. I will. I'll go along with the call if I get another one like that, and I'll let you guys listen in on it, and you guys can say what I should say. I almost went along with a phone call, but I do like doing that. But I had you guys waiting for me, so I rarely answer phone calls like that. But that one was so weird looking. I was just kind of like, I need to answer this. It says it's from. See here, it says Shangri-La Dev, and it says Afton, Oklahoma. Okay, Afton. Okay, is that a real place? Let me just check and see. Town in Oklahoma. Sure enough. I doubt that's where that's actually from, though. Maps. I bet it's like just like one of the most rundown, like small little shack towns you've ever seen in your whole life. Let's see. Put this data back up here for you guys. Oh yeah, this is like that's out in nowhere. I guess it's like 50 miles. Let's see. It's like close to 200 miles northeast of Oklahoma City. Maybe about 100 and maybe about 150 miles northeast of Tulsa. I've never even heard of it, Afton. Area code 918. I wonder if that's actually. Yep, Tulsa, northeast Oklahoma. Interesting. Yep. I doubt anybody from Afton, Oklahoma is calling me to let me know from a recorded message that my social security number has well, I should probably freeze my social security number now. I've never actually done that. My wife did it to hers because she had some fraudulent stuff, but the fact that they're calling me kind of has me a little bit worried that maybe my social security number should be locked. Right now, well, actually, John's not from here. I forgot. Any IT guy would probably tell me, yeah, go lock it. There are websites for that, by the way. I'm, I don't know if I want to lock it right now, though. Yeah, I can give you the phone number if you want to call him back for me. Crazy Peppy, you want to call him back for me? Tell him you're calling on my behalf. 918-257-7184. Give him a call. feel free, be my guest. I should probably plug that in and see if it comes up with any searches for one of these days. I think once I get my AMC money, I'm gonna sign up for one of those companies that does reverse phone number lookups for you. What is it called? Like find what is this? Phone owner programs. You know what would be fun to do, guys? I just thought of this. This is something I've always wanted to do. I would love to be like a private investigator. That would be so much fun. Like, I mean, if you've got all the money in the world and you don't really care and you have free time, like if somebody wants to pay you to like camp out and like just spy on somebody, like I know that sounds so bad, but I could do it. I think I could sit there. I'm a night person. I'm a night owl. I've been doing working night shift for my entire life. You know, why not? I could sit in a car, uh, waiting to see, something. I don't know. Waiting to see if somebody's gonna sneak out in the middle of the night of their house. Oh, I found out something really interesting. I gotta tell this story. I gotta tell this story. I shouldn't disclose who I learned this from, but so apparently, if if you were a private investigator and you wanted to find out some interesting information, I found out, interestingly enough, from a florist that if you want dirt on people, just go ahead and look up and see who's buying flowers for who at a florist. Because apparently, especially in small towns, the florists know who's buying flowers for who, which can lead to some interesting information. Apparently, as a florist, you have to be very secretive in your business with your clients. You're not allowed to talk. Which is ironic because my wife watches or she listens to a radio show, and they have a morning show where these guys try to catch people who are cheating on their spouses or whatever, and they always call up the guys saying that they won some kind of like free delivery of some flowers, and who do you want to send it to, and then the way they catch them is, of course, the guys will send them to their mistress or whoever, and and I go like, man, I can't even like I don't even. How do you come up with that? I would never think to be like, oh, I'll send it to my mistress. my, the first words out of my mouth would be, I send it to my wife. I can't even imagine. Like, how do you make that mistake? What's worse is they do it on the radio. It's terrible. All right, so there's a little bit of consolidation happening going on right now, but I am a little bit worried because it almost looks like a triple top here. I would expect to see this to like break out down, but I mean this bullish triangle that I've got set up here says otherwise. So we'll see what happens. But it is trading right around that $47 mark and just kind of hovering there. And welcome back, Crazy. It's good to see you back here again. Thanks for stopping by. All right, guys, 1 minute. I'm going to head out here. 40-minute break. I'll be back for the last hour of trading. We'll go over the technicals one more time on the hour. And I'm going to call it beer 30 for the day today. I'm really liking how we're moving right now. And I would love to see us test that blue line up here at $48.30. That's what we're really looking to test, I think. And I know some people have said 48.50. You know, there's a lot of different numbers that are being floated around there. I just happen to be tracking it at 48.30, so take it for what it's worth. Oh, we'll see if this pattern holds out here. I mean, it does. I mean, typically speaking, you know, it could have two different breaking points. It could break here at 47, kind of squeeze down into this wedge right here, and then break out up, and then trade more sideways, and then break out up again. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm going to take a break, guys. I'll see you in a bit. Bye. Okay, I'm back. And that does not look anything like what I had for a chart. You silly goose. That's not what you're supposed to be doing. Oh. Oh, boy. This is going to require a beer, for sure. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Oh, apparently I left you guys on mic, sorry. So, like I always say, when in doubt, beer it out. Wait, I think it's zoom out. I don't know, whatever. We're going to call it beer it out. Because how do you make sense of something that makes no sense? You can't. So, you join them. Alrighty. Beer 30. Ah, that tastes mighty good. Let's refresh here. We're going to refresh some of our screens, go over some of the technicals. And see what we got going. Or what we don't have going. It's just a bunch of sideways trading. All right, let me take you guys over the stats page. Is that really right? 58.64%? Let me refresh that one more time. Yep, that's right. 58.64% traded in the dark pools. Oh, pointing with the wrong finger. There we go. Right there, across from me. Dark pools is trading 58.64. That's probably more along the lines of 62 to 63% in the dark pools, which is a little low. A little lower than normal. Moving down to the borrowed change. 2.52 million shares returned. That is down from 2.77, so they have borrowed. Salud. Cheers. Who is that? I can't see. I can only see part of the name. I see Hernandez. Let's see. 2.52 million shares borrowed. That, like I said, it was 2.7 something earlier, so that's a slight difference than what it was. Chico, welcome to the channel. I don't think I've seen you on here before. It's good to have you aboard. Welcome. All right. 18.61% estimated current short share interest of the free float. Chico, since you're new to the channel, what I'm going to tell you is that every hour on the hour, I typically do technical analysis. So I don't expect people to be here for the entire 9 hours. Some people watch the show later and they're like, hey, you do a 9-hour stream. I can't watch 9 hours. I'm like, if you want to see key points, go to the hour on the hour every hour. I do the technical analysis. You can check those kind of things out in the description box. I always put a few key topics that I touch on throughout the day, and it's all in the description box. It's not there now. It won't be there until after the show's over. But you know, if you want to go back and check things out, you're more than welcome to. Moving on to the options side over here. Well, thanks for the subscription, man. Appreciate that. Moving over to the options side on the strike price, it looks like our highest level of volume currently is at $47, $50. 50, going once, going twice, gone. That's what it was at earlier. The volumes moved up from 44.7 up to 50.7 thousand options. On the put side, it was at 14,000 options at 46, and that has moved up to 15. So still way unleveraged. Wow, 15. Is that 4 to? That's 4 to 1. Almost dang near. If it was 60, it's getting real dang near 4 to 1 times leveraged. Yep, 60. 60 would be the magic number. It's getting up there, guys. That's we're already on a 3 to 1 leveraged deleveraging, and it's only Tuesday, so that's pretty amazing. Wait until you see what's going to happen next week, which I'll show you here in just a second. Beer 30. It's excellent. I hate my job. Let's see. The life. I'm going to move you guys over to the main page. All right, what do we got here? Fidelity. Showing that we are the highest trending traded stock. We are having more sellers than buyers today. 43% buys to 57% sells. Do not panic. This is not a panic issue. There's always going to be days where we have people who are selling off shares. There may have been people who got in at 45 bucks at some point. If I had to guess, maybe around that point, and they've been, sitting here stagnant. Actually probably down money at some point, because we went all the way from 60 bucks, 50, 60, $70 all the way down to 29, right? And so some of those people who got in at 40, 45 bucks, they're panicking, right? And they're selling some shares off. The good news is that even though they're selling off shares, we're still moving up in price today. So I just keep that in mind. The fact that we have 43% buys over sell trade. This is just trades. It has nothing to do with how much it's not volume that's traded. It's just the amount of trades that have been made on Fidelity. So the buying orders actually could be really large and surpassing the amount of sells that are happening, the sales. But we're only looking at actual orders. These are orders that are filled by Fidelity. So don't panic about that. That's not. Besides, trust me, they have a lot more than what we've got currently to cover. Petridge Farm Stonko Tracker, because they remember about an hour ago, looks like we had pretty much the same numbers. So nothing's really changed in the last hour on borrowing rates. Looking at in the money calls, there's 43.9 thousand calls in the money, 63.1 thousand out of the money options that are there. It's almost a 1-to-1 ratio. That's kind of narrowing a little bit. But this is what I was talking about for next week, guys. Look at that massive amount of deleveraged positions that are out of the money. 373. That's 37.3 million contracts that are out of the money. That's not contracts. That's 373,000 contracts, or 37.3 million shares that are deleveraged out of the money. It's pretty high. Really, really high. Not looking good for anybody who's got a short position. Look at that. I left you guys up there with a nice game screen. If you guys want to see what my kids play on the computer, there you go. That's what they play. All right, moving on. You guys can laugh about that. There's some good stuff there. Let's see here. Moving on, we have 2,635 advancers to 4,111 decliners on the market. The Nasdaq is up 0.2. Dow Jones is down 0.64%. S&P 500 is down 0.21%. And looking at my key indicator stocks, because I do see a new face here, I'm going to go ahead and tell you why I'm tracking some of these. Robinhood is just because I love to see how they're failing. Amazon is because it is the heartbeat of America. Robinhood is down 2.42%. Amazon is the heartbeat of America. You want to know how the American economy is doing? Check out Amazon. It is up 1.23% since I've been tracking this since Jeff Bezos left the company. It started at 3,500. It's basically averaging right around 3,500 right now. Cinemark is up for the day. I track Cinemark because it is our competitors to AMC. It's important to know how the movie industry is doing as a whole. It's good to know what your competitors are doing. They're up 3.26% today. I would imagine because of the Legend of the Ten Rings is doing so well, that's probably why they're up as well today. Dogecoin, if you guys have not seen, is the cryptocurrency kind of keeping a heartbeat of what retail investors are doing as far as crypto goes. Down 17%. The cryptos across the board have been getting just hammered today. Absolutely hammered. Pump and dump, guys. Be careful if you're going to invest in cryptocurrency. It's the Wild West. It is the bank of the Wild West. If you want to be a robber, go be a robber, but don't try to use cryptocurrency as a place to store your money, because you're just sheeple is what you are if you do that. GME, we're watching GME. Obviously, our paired are. I really coined the term well before when I said that we have a marriage between our stocks, meme stocks, and they are down 2.59%. So not a whole lot of uniqueness to how they're moving today versus how we're moving. We've seen the pairing between the two kind of separate within the last couple months. I'd say within the last month or so. We do know that there's an earnings report that's coming in on GME for tomorrow, and in the past history, they are usually down for 1, 2, 3, I think somewhere around 3 or 4 days in a row, including the day that they have their earnings report. So they might be down for the rest of this week. We are up 5.9%, almost 6%. We've tested this level right here of about 47.56 twice earlier today, and then came close a couple other times. So I'm kind of curious to see if this is going to fall back down. I took what you'll notice here, this blue line that I have down here. This is actually Friday's data. I kind of expanded it just slightly, but I took an image or tracing of last Friday's movement because I felt like we were seeing the similar movement today. Oh, doggone, there goes my Fibonacci's. Oh, now all of a sudden they decided to show up on here. Oh, wow, it let me touch them for just a sec. I've been having problems with this all day today, and I touched it for 1 second, and then it disappears. Wow. Okay, Fibonacci. Love you too. Weeble. I'm gonna have to fix these on my phone. I can't look at this. Anyways, this blue line right here is Friday. We were following it pretty closely right up until about what is this, 12 o'clock, and then we started deviating away, and it's almost a mirror image, a flip side image of what that was. So we'll see what ends up happening. This is the Power Hour. Welcome to the Power Hour. We have. I should have just refreshed at the bottom. An outflow of 875 versus 879, so only a 4-point spread now. This was up to 11 at one point today. It is now down to a 4-point spread between inflow and outflow. 4 points meaning $4 million traded in versus out. Excuse me. Moving on to a 1 hour time frame. we have an RSI of 63.69, which is above average. It's kind of high. We're still right on track for, and I'll kind of take this away here. Man, I don't understand why that Fibonacci is being such a pain. We're right on track. If I put this back up on here, you'll see that there's a wedge here at $48.30. We're looking at a breakout on Friday to Monday. We're still trading well within this pattern. We're actually at the top side of it right now. So we're still heading that direction. On a 30-minute interval, our RSI is currently at 61.65. That is also averaging high. 5-minute interval, it is at 48.86, which is just slightly below average, or slightly just under average. Now, let me see if I can fix my Fibonacci's on my phone, because for some reason today, you know what, guys? I'm going to put you on a different screen for just a second. I'm going to close out Webull. I'm going to reopen it and see if I can't get this doggone thing to start cooperating with that Fibonacci. The Fibonacci basically shows you levels of support and resistance. Still not working. What the heck? All right, I'm going to have to delete it on my phone. Give me just 1 second here while I delete these lines. It's really kind of bothering me why this is happening. I think I know how I'm going to try and fix it though. That's so weird, they're not showing up on my phone now. Trash. So strange. Let me refresh and see what happens. Okay, so they're gone. Nope, there's still one on there. So weird. I have no idea why it's doing that. I've never seen this before. My phone let me delete it, the one. But this other one that's sitting up here is not allowing me to delete it. It's like an eternal. Oh man, it's gonna bother me if I have to reset everything. That's gonna suck. I'll do that in the after hours later today. I'm not gonna do that with you guys watching. I do want to get some Fibonacci's in here though. Let's kind of take a look at. We'll create one right here because I think this is a good point. Because if we're testing 47, it looks like 47, 46 is kind of that upper level. See, here's my fears, is that once I click off this, when I click it again, yep, see, I go to click it and there's nothing popping up anymore. Oh, that's going to bother me. Time to submit a ticket to Webull. All right, anyways, level of resistance right now at 46.90. So we are hitting that and bouncing off of it. Looks like 46.77 is going to be a level of support. I might get rid of that dot. I don't know if I like that dot on there. it's just gonna drive me nuts, guys. I'm like so OCD when it comes to stuff like this. Like it just drives me up the wall. Why do I get so irritated by things that are so simple? Uh, Duncan, quad witching day. What day is the quad witching day? I'm gonna have to check it out and see. Quad witching dates for 2021. June, September, March, June, September, and December. March, I have March 19th, June 18th, September 17th, and December 17th. And September 17th happens to be the Friday of the week that we have those options that you're talking about. I think that's what you're referring to. Yeah. A huge amount of deleveraging that's there. That's gonna next week's gonna be nasty. Cool. It's gonna be pretty gross. Not for us. It's gonna get nasty though. Um, I don't know. So I feel like most of the borrowing that we saw last week. So the title for today's show is 13.1 million borrowed shares since August 31st. Now, of course, they've already returned, what is it, 2.52 million shares for the day today. Yeah, 2.52. So that's a little bit less now, but since we obviously see that they're not using it to drive down the price, they have to be using. So one of two things is happening. They're either using those shares to stockpile, to use against a potential price increase that's incoming, which would be next week, or they're using to cover failure to delivers based off of, where is it? Based off this. Actually, you know what? I've already got this drawn out really nicely someplace else. I should probably pull that up instead. All right, do you see where I'm going with this? Like as the green one, the on loan average days, so that's how old the loans are. As that goes up and separates away from the on loan amount, which is the red line, as they start to come back together, which you see right here, you start to get these failure to delivers that just start piling on massively. So I feel like they're borrowing the shares to try and pay off the failure to delivers that they have every single day, kicking the can down the road some more. So I'm not sure which. I really think that it's the failure to delivers that they're trying to kick the can down the road. I think they would rather us go, well, I mean, they're both really huge issues, right? So if we have a massive amount of failure to delivers, will go on reg show, which is bad for them. If they let the deleveraged positions on calls and puts and the options get out of control, then you could see a huge gamma squeeze. So what's worse? Probably the gamma squeeze. So they would probably, I guess I'd be inclined to say that they would probably be saving the shares to, try and combat or short ladder attack during the price increases next week. But I don't know. We'll see when we get there. It's one of those two reasons, and I can't tell you which it is. I'm leaning towards the idea that it's that they were using to pay down failure to delivers, but the the option of letting a gamma squeeze happen next week would probably be a non-option. Looks like we got some news that popped up here. It's the box office Labor Day weekend numbers. Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings dominated the U.S. box office with $71.4 million in the first 3 days of the theaters. That was for AMC alone. I think the last numbers that I saw, or the ones that I read off this morning, if I remember correctly, I'm not going to try and remember correctly. It's too late in the day for me to do that. I'm just going to look it up. I thought it was 112 million, but let me see because I want to see how much of that is AMC's versus like Cinemark and other movie theaters. I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing current numbers. Anyways, that's pretty good numbers. 71.4 million for AMC alone. Just to read off what I am seeing, the biggest Halloween, or sorry, the biggest holiday opening weekend for Labor Day was Halloween, back in I forget what year that was, but let's see, August 31st of 2007. The highest grossing was that one. Holy, if the numbers I'm seeing right now on this box office mojo are correct, it's saying that as of the 7th, which is today, this is date of the 7th, it says total gross 90 million. So if AMC made 70, what is it, 71.4, we made almost like dang near like 80%, 80 to 80, 85%ish of all the revenue that was made off of that movie. That's insane. Anyways, Halloween was the last movie to have the number one position on Labor Day with 58 million total grossing back in 2007. That's pretty impressive. Total things, everything considered. That's pretty massive. It's a pretty good beatdown. So yeah, in your face to anybody who said that movie theaters are not are dead. In your face. Hey, like them apples. Let's see what Jamie's news is. It's a mention. It's not anything to do with Jamie. What about Robin Hood's news? Wow. Kathy Wood, the founder and CEO of ARK Investment Management, continues to be a believer in Bitcoin and the world of decentralized currencies. In a recent interview with Yahoo Finance, Wood said there's a key aspect that gold bugs like John Paulson are missing when it comes to evaluating Bitcoin as an asset. Wood says Bitcoin much more than digital gold. Many investors who have spent their entire career have spent their careers focusing on gold cannot understand the digital concept associated with gold. What we think Paulson, is missing is that there's much more than a store of value or digital gold, she said. Bitcoin in particular is the new global monetary system. It's a rules-based monetary policy which is completely decentralized and therefore is not subject to the whims of policymakers. In fact, it's a hedge against the whims of policymakers, especially in emerging markets. Wood's comments come in reference to Paulson's statements last week where he declared crypto to be a worthless bubble with no intrinsic value. Wood on DeFi. You know. So yeah. She goes on to say, this is a quote, I actually think Robinhood has done a great service to the investing community, she said, adding that they have pivoted already to crypto in a magnificent way. Look where it's got you guys. No offense, but if you're holding crypto, look, it's, this is not the first time. This is definitely not the first time. It's rough, man. It's rough. This is Bitcoin. I mean, what stops a company from going in and driving the price up and then just dropping it out from underneath you? Nothing. It's so volatile. It's scary. It's scary to me. I think there's money to be made in cryptocurrency, but you gotta be on top of it. Uh, I one of the things that I found about cryptocurrency is that stuff trades 24/7. It doesn't stop. If you decide to go to bed and that thing tanks on you while you're sleeping, you're SOL. That's just the way it is. Just you better suck it up and tuck your tail between your legs because um, and hope the price drives back up because if you're trying to day trade it, you just lost. And so I would never go to bed with any money invested into that cryptocurrency. I couldn't sleep. Gotta always be on top of it. It's so scary. I mean, I was thinking one of the very first options that I thought about was possibly putting some of my money into cryptocurrency from AMC. Once I closed my position with AMC, I thought, okay, well, what would I go to next? And after listening to that interview with Trey and the Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfont, whatever his name is, I kind of thought like cryptocurrency might be the way to go. So I started looking into it, and the more I looked into it, the more crazy I thought the idea would be to put tons of money into cryptocurrency. I mean, even if you stuck $1 million in there, you lose 17% in one day, and yikes. It's the kind of stuff that as an investor, you shouldn't be scared about, in all honesty. I mean, 17% loss today, that money could easily be recovered in 2 weeks' time or less. But it's still scary, though. All right, we're down to the last 30 minutes here. So I was saying that I thought that we might, my prediction early this morning at, a little after 7 was between 70 and 90 million shares traded for the day today. And then as the day went on, I was kind of like, we'll probably see closer to 100. But obviously, I never changed my volume prediction. It was 70 to 90. I'm obviously off by a little bit. It happens. You know, you can't. It's hard to get it right on, but still, that's not bad considering I'm guessing it at 7 o'clock in the morning my time, which is an hour and a half before the market even opens. Just don't ask me to guess the price. Because dang it, I should have probably done like a buck more higher. So today, when I had the other screen up on there on the stats screen, if you look at the very top up there, you'll see John, Eric, Casey, and Duncan. So this John, Adam is filling in for John today. Adam's doing a damn good job of guessing prices for the day. But what I'm going to show you is going back to the main page. These are our price predictions as of 8 o'clock in the morning. And Duncan actually put his in at 6 o'clock or 6:30, I think. Excuse me. Beer's coming back. 44 to 47 was mine, which doesn't look like it's going to hold. 44.5 to 47.5, which is what I probably something more along the lines of what I should have gone with. Actually, Duncan's numbers are probably the best, 45 to 48. But Eric's got 44.5 to 47.5. John's got 48, or Adam, who's filling in for John, has 48 to 51, and Duncan has 45 to 48. And this is just for fun. There's no. I'm not telling you to go like who was it earlier? We had somebody on the show earlier that was talking about Bad Back 007 was saying like, oh, so I shouldn't invest everything in. What did he say? Got you. So you're saying I shouldn't empty my bank account on the price prediction? Yeah, don't do that. He's like, dang, because I could have used you as a scapegoat. Yeah, don't do that, please. It helps us stay sharp. In all honesty, like if you're tracking stuff on a daily basis, you start to see indicators and things that help you to identify what's going to happen with the stock, and it keeps you sharp. It just does. Having friendly competitions between people, it just keeps you on your toes. So that's what we're doing. We're tracking it. Beer gone. Is it time? 2:34. It's almost time for our power hour, our power 15 minutes to kick in here. Typically speaking, this is supposed to be the power hour, and I can tell you from experience, if we start our push too early, at around 2:30 my time, the last half hour basically is too soon, and we end up seeing a retraction. It does look like we had a little bit of a push here, starting at right about 15:34, so 2:34 might be a tad bit early. We'll see what happens. It might prevent us from getting into that 47 range, but I would like to see us close at 47. That would be nice. $2 increase for the day would be impressive. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm way off. That'd be a $3, almost a $3 increase. Wait, how do we open at 45 and 47 is 3? How does that make sense? Must be from closing of last week. Right, 44. That's correct. That's what it is. Yeah, so here's our pushback, and it happens to be right here at the $46.90 level of resistance. But we should find some support at 46.77. I do have quite a few of you on here right now, so I do want to just I'm going to share something that I shared earlier this morning. I think I will. Let me see. Let's see if I shared it. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and share this. This is a text that I had. Somebody was asking me about, like, hey, when would be a good time to buy? Somebody who's not invested in this stock at all. And it's a loaded question, to be frank, because the problem is that I have a couple of rules that I always tell everybody when I first start talking to them. So rule number one, obviously, is never invest more money than you're willing to lose. That's always rule number one. It doesn't matter what stock you're buying into. It holds true for any kind of good investments, period. Just don't put in more. When you're playing poker, I always like to refer to poker because I'm a poker player. When you're playing poker, you don't ever sit down at a poker table with more than 10% of your total bank. Like whatever you are willing to sit down with. If you're putting more than 10, if you have a bank money that you have set aside for your poker playing, if you sit down with more than 10% at any given time, then you're probably putting too much on the table. And you're playing outside of your means, and you're making, even if you're making really good decisions on your poker playing, a poor decision on 10% loses it all. And 10% is a pretty heavy loss of your total amount that you have to spend. So, consider those kind of things anytime you're investing in a stock. The other thing that I always tell people too is if you're going to start investing into this stock, make sure that you get after-hour trading, right? You need to have after-hour trading ability. If you don't have after-hour trading ability, then you're putting yourself in a really bad position because a lot of the moves, the really big moves, happen in after-hour market, after hours and pre-market periods of time. Not all of them. Just there are a lot of movements that happen during those times. The third thing that I always tell everybody, and I always forget this one, I'll come back to it because I always forget this one. It's buy and hold, of course. I don't even know why I forget this one. It's buy and hold. With this stock, it's different than anything else that you will have ever traded in, and nothing else like this stock will be the same. You're making a long play on a position that's being heavily shorted, and the most beautiful thing about this play is that all you have to do is buy and hold, and that's it. Period. As long as you do that, that's you're doing what it is that you need. You can throw all the fundamentals out the door, and you can just work off the technicals, and that's what's beautiful about this play. I'm excited to be a part of it. But this is what I wrote to somebody last week. They were asking me like this weekend. They still hadn't opened up a position in AMC yet, and so I said, well, the markets won't be open. This is what I wrote. Well, the markets won't be open until Tuesday, but I'm expecting heavy buying this next week. This last Friday, 9.79 million shares were borrowed, and the day before, 5.5 million. This might be the largest two-day borrow amount I've seen, and those shares were not used for short ladder attacks on the stock price. I went back and I looked, and it's actually I think since January, it's the third highest two-day increase of borrowed shares that we've had so far. Just throwing that out there. So then I went on to say, so they're either holding shares to be able to control the price as they may be expecting a price increase, which might be for next week. I didn't say that in this, but I'm thinking it could be for next week. Or they're using these shares to pay off previous loans. I believe the latter to be true, as the average age of the loans is decreasing. Typically speaking, when old failure to delivers are being paid off with more borrowed shares. Utilization spikes, and this causes the estimated short share interest percentage of the free float to also increase, which did happen on Friday and is at 19.53%. 20% is considered considerably high. Now, if we go back and we look at what's happening right now, the estimated current short share interest of the free float is at 18.64%, which is almost a full percent down from where it was on last Friday. And we also started to see the on average age per day for the loans not decreasing, but now it's starting to go back up again. Maybe they're not using these shares. I mean, maybe they started to use the shares to pay off loans, but maybe they're starting to see that they'd rather use them for next week. I don't know. It's hard to say. Anyways, I went on to say, I do suspect that there will likely be one more dip in price before we have another big rip to all-time new highs. I can't really forecast when that dip will be, but if you see the stock price above $48.50 by the time you can purchase shares, then I would probably hold off. For the most part, I usually tell people that it's extremely hard to pick. This is the most important part that I could have possibly said to anybody. Anybody who's looking to buy into this stock. For the most part, I usually tell people that it's extremely hard to pick good lows to buy in, and that if it were me, I would just buy when I can, regardless of the price. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding at all when I say that. The unfortunate thing is that while I'm quite positive the short squeeze will happen, trying to pick an ideal entry point at this stage in the game is ultra hard to do. So hard. So hard. We're not at a $10 range anymore. Picking your price point right now is so hard to do. And I'd love to give an example without hurting feelings, but I tried to help somebody in my family out and got them in at some value that's higher than what we're at currently. What am I trying to say? This stock may go down in price on you. If you're trying to look to get an entry point into this stock, then more than likely at some point it's going to go down on you. It did to me. I can't think of a single person that I know of who's been invested in this stock that hasn't had the price go down on them, and I consider it a learning curve. And it also is a testing of whether or not you're willing to have diamond hands and hold on. If you make it and you hold on and you continue through the process, then it for most everybody that I've seen, not most, everybody that I've seen who's held on, it's ended up paying off for them. It does take some time, but it has paid off. It's just a matter of how long it may take. Anyways, that's what I wrote to him, and I stand by it. It's really difficult to try and pick an ideal price point to get in on this stock. So when you're talking to people about this, and I know you probably are, I know I talk to people about it. You you can never pick the right price. You're just not going to. I'm just telling you right now. You think you've got in at a good bottom price, and you probably won't. Well, at some point you're going to find out it's not the best down price. It's just the way that it is. Duncan says, don't expect to buy the absolute bottom and don't expect to sell at the absolute top. 100%. I couldn't agree more. It's just that's how this works. You can't do it. You just can't. There's no way. So it's better to just buy when you can and not really worry about it, because you can always look back. You can Monday morning quarterback this all you want, and it's never going to make you feel better. What's going to make you feel better is in the end when you walk away with crazy amounts of money. That's what's going to make you feel better. So, and you're always going to, the tendency inside is to want to look back and say, oh, but I could have had so much more. Don't do that. Don't do that. I can tell you right now that that's probably the worst mistake you could possibly make. So here's our run up. It is 2:45. This is the time where it really starts kicking in. I am outside my price prediction range for the day today. Adam his opens at 47. Eric's sweating bullets right now because his is 47.50, and he's like, it's so funny whenever we do these price predictions. It's like whenever you see it getting close to your number, you're like, don't go past, but then you're like, do go past, don't. You're torn. You're not sure if you want it to go past your number or not. 47.19 is a level of resistance, and we are seeing it currently. Will we test 48.5 today? You thought it would be tomorrow. Let me pull back out here and just check it out. The magic number, right? 48. You're saying 48.50. I got 48.30, but peas and tomato. Close enough. Let's see. Actually, I don't like that. Let me see. I have us down as squeezing out at on Friday to Monday. More likely Monday than Friday, but feel like there's no way today. I feel like there's no way today. And I think the aftermarket hours are going to be a whole bunch of the same. And I think that if anything, tomorrow I think is our down day. I think we have a big old fat red day coming in tomorrow. Just a hunch. Yeah, I think we got a big fat red day coming in tomorrow. A bunch of kick you in your face kind of moments, trying to kind of take away from the fact that we've been moving up so nicely. You know, synthetic price failure range. So for those of you who are new, I have a something I call synthetic price failures. They typically are about 20% price drops from whatever our previous high was. So our previous high at this point in time is 48.60. So it would be a 20% drop from 48.60, which would be, I believe it's 39. Is it 39.75? I think it's 39.75. Let me just check and see. Oops, that's not right. No, that's not correct. It would be 38.75, I think. 38, 39. 39 is pretty close. $39 would be a 20% synthetic price failure. I don't think that the drop's going to be that much. That's a little too extreme. I would at that point, since I think that's a little too extreme, what I would do is I would look at the options, right? And I'll take you guys back to the other page. Actually, I'll refresh the options page real quick, just so that we can take a look at it. I would typically go to the options page, and I would take a look at that, and I would say that it's probably going to be something where their largest positions are, so that they can kind of avoid as many puts as possible being out of the money, which would be probably around, well, max pain, wherever max pain is, right? I believe max pain is 41 today, but tomorrow I expect it to probably move up to 43 or 44. So I would suggest that tomorrow we probably have somewhere around 43 or 44 bucks is what we'll probably be moving down to. So, you know, so my advice of telling somebody that if it's not at $48 to get in, if they got in today at say like 46, 45 something dollars, we might see a down day tomorrow where they could actually get in at a lower price. You know, I can't predict this stuff in advance. I just don't know because, you know, I'm seeing volume on options now. I didn't see that this weekend. There was no way for me to know this was, you know, this was going to happen. I mean, I probably could have pulled out some kind of crystal ball and looked into the future a little bit harder than I was, but I don't usually dive that deep into it. The amount of borrowed shares for the day today has decreased to 2.32. I just kind of want to throw that out there because it was at 2.55. No, sorry, 2.52. So they borrowed 20,000 more shares. They meaning hedge funds. I know Eric's sweating so bad right now. If he's watching, if Eric is watching what's going on right now, I guarantee you, like when it hit 47.50, he was like, no. I can only imagine. I know he was on here earlier. I saw him throw out a comment about the cryptocurrency. I really felt like today was going to be a battle for 46, but it looks like it's going to come down to 47. So here's somebody, Eric's texting me. Yeah. So this is posted by Stevo199 on Reddit saying phase 1 complete. I don't know if I put a whole lot of stock into this as being the case, but it says phase 1 complete. They let it ride to attract the call options. Tomorrow I predict a sharp drop back to 40 to 42 unless they were margin called. I mean, I'm predicting the same thing. I'm expecting the same thing, but I don't think it's for the same reasons. I don't think that they let the price rise today to do I think that? I just don't. I mean, the dark pool, maybe if the dark pool percentages were higher, I'd agree with that. But we're actually running really low dark pool percentages. I mean, it's like it's under the 63, 64% that we've been running in. So I'd say no. It's at like 62 or 63% right now. If it was running higher, I would agree with that. I would say, yeah, they're suppressing the price by, shoving some more of the buy orders into the dark pools. But we're actually seeing people sell off right now, especially in Fidelity. We're seeing more sells than we're seeing buys, at least in orders, wise. And yet the price still increased by 7.5% today. So, take it for what it's worth, but I don't think that they let the price drive up today. Well, I guess they did. If you think about that, if people are actually selling more, and they didn't put as much in the dark pools, then they did let the price increase. I don't know. I don't know where I stand on this one. It's possible, but it's really risky. I mean, they're playing real dangerous games. Because 48 is like the magic number. You hit 48 and the world just kind of turns upside down. I don't know. Well, here we go for 48 right here. We're pushing for it. 8% up and driving. Last 5 minutes. This is going to be a nice rocket launch. For those of you who are new to the show today, I have certain periods of the time throughout the day, which I haven't done in a really long time just because I oftentimes forget about it. But I will play a shuttle launch. When we have huge price increases. Eric's telling me there's a nice bull flag, and then he kind of drew it out for me on the charts, and and I'm like, yeah, man, I know I got it up here. so I think this is the same thing that he's showing me, but this is the flag right here. He's calling this a flag. It's a triangle. So it's a triangle right here, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're on the 10th day right now, going into day 11. We break out on Friday or Monday next week. So yeah, there's definitely a nice little flag going. Or he's got me saying flag. It's a triangle. We have a nice bullish triangle formation happening. We are not going to end at this price. I'm deleting this. All right, guys. I'm kicking it out of here. I'm going to head out And you guys enjoy the end of the day today. This is looking really nice. It's looking like it's going to finish beautifully. So you guys eat, drink, get some good rest, spend time with the family, and I'll see you same time tomorrow, 6 a.m. Central Standard Time until 3 p.m. or my time, basically until closing. Take care, guys. And gals. Apes.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start.
It's time to help.
2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Hey, we've got a problem here.
What did you do?
Nothing. I stirred the tanks.
This is Houston. Say again, please.
Houston, we have a problem.
She got